Okay, it's 12:45 on March 7th. Or I'd like to call the consent calendar meeting to order. I'm going to take it out of order because I think item C2 is very quick and then we'll have more uninterrupted time on C1. So Rob, did you have a chance to take a look at item C2, please?
On here. I did, and I thought everything was fine as submitted.
And I did too, so I would recommend for final, what are you on for? Preliminary and final? On consent? Yes? You're okay with that?
Yeah, yes.
Now, actually, county council asked us to, at this meeting, because of the preliminary, is there anybody that's attending this meeting either in person or online, like to comment to the board on item C2, 475 Barker Pass Road, please?
We have received no requests.
Okay, so we will ask that question again, just legality. We will recommend approval. So if you want to stay around, we'd love to have you for half an hour or 40 minutes. Otherwise, so far, they've never gone against us. And thank you for that. Nice job on your.
Yeah, nice job, Katie. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Item C1, now we have the whole rest of the time for this. Jennifer, are you with us?
I am.
And so, for full disclosure, I reviewed these drawings before the meeting, and there were some things about these that I felt I wanted a direct communication with the applicant, which is extremely rare. So I, on my own, picked up the phone and called Jennifer and chatted with her for a while, and we will repeat that today or in this meeting, but I wanted to disclose that. So Jennifer, do you or any members of your team have anything to say about this before we chat?
I'm not sure. We have the architect, Adam Platt here, and the landscape architect, Hero here. They may want to hear your comments first. I'm not sure. I did reach
Okay.
out to them yesterday and gave them an idea of what we're talking about today.
Okay, well, there's two basic projects here. There's a thing called the architecture, and then there's another thing called the landscape architecture. My comments, you are on for final today, and my comments on the architecture is that I found no finished details for that project. And I would normally think of those something like 1.5 inches to the foot or 3 inches to the foot. I saw the sections that had some of it, but not anywhere near what we would normally expect. So before we give this final, I would expect to see finished details on this plan. Is there any questions about that, Adam?
No, I think that's good. I guess part of it I just wanted clarity on is, for example, on our colors and materials sheet where we show photos of like the existing chimneys, and the new chimneys will match the existing chimneys. Is that something that you would expect an 1.5-inch drawing on, just for for record?
Okay, so I would want the drawings. And the reason for that is that I think that there may, depending, I didn't look at them that carefully. If there's enough weight up there, there may very well be issues about earthquake and things dislodging and going sideways that
Right.
the contractor may or may not be able to figure out. And I don't think it's the contractor's responsibility to figure that out. I think
Right.
it's the architect and structural. There's waterproofing issues all over the place on every building. How is that dealt with? Again, I am an architect. I don't expect the contractor to figure that out.
Right.
Doors and windows, chimneys, gutters, balconies, stairways, handrails, just you go on a trip for 2 or 3 years, you don't have a cell phone. Can they build it exactly the way you want it?
Right.
Give us a full set, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
And then so are we done with that, Adam? Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Okay, now the lighting, it is an ongoing issue here at the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. Prior to Rob getting on the board, there was a woman named Claire Gottstanker, and she and I both have felt that lighting should be kept absolutely down to the minimum. And this plan, in my mind, clearly does not do that. I am sure I'm off a little tiny bit, but your drawings show 212 fixtures. If you assume that those are at 70 lumens per fixture, that's 14,840. Those same fixtures at 3 watts and 100 lumens come out to 63,000 lumens. We would normally approve maybe 1,000 lumens on a property, maybe 1,500, which, as I said, it's extremely restrictive. And this board, because of Rob and others, I am completely re-examining what I'm doing with that approval and whether or not that's inappropriate. But having said that, I also drove through Montecito this week and it's black. It's black with rare exceptions. There are some, but it's black. And when you go through and you read the guidelines, it says minimize the light, minimize this, minimize that. And I don't see the potential, depending on wattage and things like that, the 63,000 lumens minimizing light. So
This is Mark Rios. I totally get what you're saying, and we'll go through this and do some drastic edits on it.
okay, so I do want to say the following, Mark. I'm trying to come up with something that's reasonable and predictable, which we don't yet have. Yeah, motherhood and apple pie sounds great, but at the end of the day, there is a fixture with a wattage in a location that has a certain hotspot. And is that motherhood and apple pie, or is that, some kind of draconian something? And we don't have our handle on that yet.
Okay.
But we're actively working on it. And my recommendation, which I gave to Jennifer, are Adam and Mark, are you guys in the building department yet?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Our approval does not matter until they're ready to issue the land use permit and the building permit, which it's going to take you at least a couple of months to get through. And it's probably longer than that.
Right.
So my recommendation is, if you want to come back and have us review it on consent, Mark, after you do a drastic
Yep.
reduction, I'm good with that. If you want to wait a little longer, we're trying to make some sense out of this, and maybe we can get this under whatever we do, which it's your choice. You're the applicant.
Okay.
What do you want to do with that?
I think we should submit more of a full construction set, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
All the
agreed. Yeah.
details, and it has, more of the landscape details. It shows an edited lighting plan. And I think we were trying to make sure before our client spent all the money doing all the construction drawings, was the general design direction acceptable? And I think we're hearing the general design direction is acceptable. You just want to have more specific details, how it's going to be implemented.
Yeah, I think what you folks have done looks pretty nice, and it's well done and complete. I'm the one that's kind of pushed for having some tree lights being allowed, but I think you need to have maybe strategically some tree lights right at the entry as you come in at the entry gates, kind of a safety thing, and to celebrate that. And then keep them in tight around the house, and lights in the trees that start to kind of go to the far reaches of the property, or like I'm seeing more of that on your plan.
Yeah.
I'm kind of more in line with John about kind of not having those. So just for some guidance for you folks, that's how you move forward. That's my take on it.
The other thing, do you have that? One of the things I mentioned to Jennifer, and I wanted to just get this out in the open. So one of our members is the architect for the project that's now on the right-hand side of the screen. Full disclosure, he can't speak on it. I'm not speaking on his behalf. He's never said anything to me about this, but that property is still out there, and that property is higher than you are, and it's directly across the street from you. So your tree lights and lighting up that meadow and things like that will take away from their dark sky, looking out to the ocean, looking out to the islands, beauty. And we are trying to protect not only the streets, but the views that others enjoy, as we are going to do that for you once this gets built. So I wanted to make sure that you saw that and so that you could think about that and take care of that. Now, in terms of we went back and forth on your plans. We gave you preliminary. That is the big approval.
Great,
Final
okay.
is just proving, is just like,
Formality.
it's not a formality that, God is in the details. Remember, that's the reason we went to architecture school, to learn that one phrase. So
Yes,
God is in the details. It's extremely important. We do care about it, but we're not going to ask you to change mass, bulk, and scale. We're not going to change the style or any of that stuff. It's now realizing what it is that you have drawn, that we understand from your drawings. Everyone on this board is either a licensed architect or licensed landscape architect. We do this day in and day out. We know what we're looking at. And, my basic comment is go, 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 go. Okay?
great,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
your time and help.
Yeah,
Yes.
so anyway, I think you know where you're going now. Do you have any more questions? We have another couple of minutes before this time is up, or are you good?
I'm very clear. I
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
very clear,
comments and
yes.
I know what you
Yes.
do.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll
Thank
see
you.
you when you want to come back. It's your turn. You guys are determined about that. We are not.
Okay,
Okay?
Understood.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Bye-bye.
I wrote this long.
It's 1 o'clock on Thursday, March 7th, 2024. I'd like to call the Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on an item that's not otherwise scheduled for today, please?
Raise your hand if you'd like to speak on at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Agenda status report, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have to leave by about 4:30. My mother's 97th birthday.
So we're going to be down to 4 because Tip also has to leave today. So having brought that up, if everybody's okay with this, I'm going to push this meeting as fast as I can. I'm asking for your indulgence. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but can you keep your comments down as much as possible?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Got it.
Thank you. Agenda status, anything else?
No changes today.
Minutes. Minutes of the 22nd. Any comments, please? Rob, please.
Thank you. So as I just went over, I was like a broken record with the Biltmore on the WELO aspect and what I was encouraging the applicant, which I think is in their best interest. And so I had language, should I read it really quick? I guess
Yes,
I need to
please.
read it. So I am basically suggesting to the applicant that if they need, because they asserted that they might not need to, they might be able to around it, but if they need, then the applicant needs to seek exemption to the WELO AB 1881 ordinance based on the findings that the existing and proposed semi-tropical landscape theme represents an important historical and cultural resource to the community that needs to be preserved and perpetuated.
Very good. Is there anything else, please?
You know which member not support the green seated?
Did not support what? What item, please?
Biltmore.
Item 8, 3. Huh? Oh, that's you. Okay. Thank you.
Fine. Are you asking as a board member? Okay, so anybody else, please? Item number 4, comment number 2. MBAR appreciates the protection and extension of the oak grove, and I'd like to add to the north of the proposed court. Right there, and balancing the cut and fill. Item number 6, comment number 4, I believe there is a typo. Return with details on roofing and flashing. Flashing, not lashing. And item number 5, remove tree lights at entrance and restudy 3 tree lights on eastern side of property. Item number 7 in the motion, Watson moved, et cetera, down to the BAR number with the condition that the oak tree in the driveway be removed. That's that project, the duplex. And that was what our approval was, with the condition that that be removed. Okay? And on the adjourning of the minutes, it says Sen was absent. Did you leave early, Robert? So it should, Sen absent should be removed, and then the vote of 6-0 is correct. I'll move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second?
I have one other comment,
I'm
John.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, on item 6, item 3 there, it's not considered LRV for the roof finish. It's low reflectance, but it's not considered LRV. Just a nomenclature, I guess. So if we can utilize roof material with matte finish and
Okay.
low reflectance, that
Okay.
would be perfect.
Is anything else, please? I'll move to approve as amended. Is there a second, please?
Second that.
Uh, All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, please. Okay, so members informational briefing. Anybody?
I do.
Yes,
I
please.
was contacted by the applicant for the Biltmore, and I told them that I wasn't comfortable providing comments outside the public review, and referred them back to my comments that I made in the last two meetings.
Which item?
Today it's item two, I believe. It's the Biltmore.
Okay, anybody else? I would like to follow up on Bill's excellent introduction to the matte finish on the roofing. I was so impressed with it. I'd like to have everybody have a copy of that so that you can read it. It really and truly deals with the problem before us. And I have extra copies that either the staff can keep or members in the public can have. Okay? Anybody else, please? Thank you, Bill, very much for bringing up that article. It really got to the core.
That's compliments of Hope Ranch Association.
Staff update, anybody?
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay. Montecito consent agenda, we had two items today. One was 935 Mariposa Lane. I think the bottom line on that was we felt that we knew that there were no finished details included, and there was a heck of a lot of site lighting on it. We talked with them for about, 10, 12 minutes. They're going to come back with revised drawings. So I'd like to move to continue this item to a future consent calendar. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. The second one was that very small trellis on Barker Pass. Both Rob and I thought that the drawings were excellent and completely got it covered. So to that end, I'd like to move for both preliminary and final. So is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number C2, 475 Barker Pass Road, please?
No request to speak.
I'd like to move for final, preliminary and final approval as submitted. Is there a second, please?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, regular agenda, item number 1, county sign ordinance. Is there anybody here for that, please?
Yes, hello, Chair. My name is Ben Singer. I'm online via Zoom to go through a presentation for you on this.
And I don't mean to be rude here, but we have a long agenda. Can you keep it brief, please? But
Yes.
thorough. Thank you.
I will do my best on that.
So go ahead, you're on.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and members of MBAR. As mentioned, this is a presentation on our sign ordinance amendments. One thing I want to stress as I get into this is that this is currently our draft, and we are looking for your input on these materials today. So please feel free to give comments about things you like or don't like about it after the fact. This is part of a larger project, but I don't need to go into that history since we're trying to go pretty quick. David, if you could go to slide 4, please. Thank you. These will primarily carry forward and refine existing standards and delete some obsolete sections, but I will go over the notable changes included in this amendment. Next slide, please. The applicability has been updated to be more content and message neutral, allowing for things like registered trademarks and make non-commercial signs subject to the same standards as commercial signs. These are to be consistent with freedom of speech and constitutional protections. The exemptions have also been expanded to include some exemptions listed elsewhere in the code and things like address signs, historic plaques, no trespassing signs, things like that. We're also revising some exemptions on temporary window signs. Next slide, please. Prohibited signs have been expanded to include things like inflatables, streamers, other attention-getting devices, unless they're temporarily for a specific event. Also prohibited are offsite signs, certain lighting for signs, signs in public right-of-way or on trees or terrain, and some others listed here. We're also simplifying how signs are measured, just so that it's kind of drawing 2 rectangles around the sign and taking that area rather than the more complex 8 lines method, which is what it currently is. Next slide, please. Changeable copy signs are currently restricted to religious institutions for manually changeable and gas stations for electronically changeable. We're proposing to expand this to allow manual changeable copy signs for pretty much all signs and electric changeable copy signs to institutional uses as well. Next slide, please. There are some general revisions to standardize the allowance for signs, as well as new descriptions for the size, number, and location of portable signs and permanent window signs. Some existing allowances for off-site signs are also being removed. Freestanding signs, including pole signs, are currently proposed to be limited at 10 feet in height rather than the height limit allowed by the zone district. And the 1 sign per street frontage limitation, which is existing for some signs, has been replaced with more appropriate thresholds, such as 1 sign per tenant space, or other things like that. Next slide, please. The permitting pathway will still be a sign certificate of conformance through the planning department for all non-exempt signs. Design review will still be required to any overall sign plan or a sign that is part of a larger project that requires design review, or if it's required by the zone district, or in the case of Montecito, I believe just about everything requires design review. The applicability of overall sign plans is being updated as well with the removal of the shopping center zone district. Next slide, please. The non-conforming sign standards are being changed to be consistent with the regulations on other non-conforming structures within the county and the Montecito areas, just so it's consistent across that board. And then there will be new sections added about these standards for maintenance of signs. Next slide, please. All of the various zoning codes, including the MLUDC, are proposed to be updated so that the sign regulations are consistent across the county. And we're going to be removing some redundancies. And then we'll have a bunch of new definitions that will be added to make sure that we have everything clearly defined in the code. Next slide, please. That's it for this kind of quick overview of these changes. I am happy to answer any questions or receive any comments. Our consultant is on the call as well to help answer questions. And again, if you have any input on these, please do let me know. I know you're in a hurry, so I will accept those by email if you would prefer to do that as well. Thank you.
Let's start at my left and go to my right. Bill, please.
I don't think I have really many questions. I think that we're pretty limited into the areas that we even review that kind of signage, and it would be Upper Village and probably places like the Biltmore and Miramar, and that's about it.
Okay.
So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Robert.
No questions.
Tip.
No questions.
I'll go last. Rob, please.
Could you go back to that page? I think it was 10, just 2 pages, the one that had the signs inside view. The one you just passed it, sorry. Real quick, I mean, shouldn't that just have some dimensions that show kind of some of the restrictions on that or some of the allowances on that?
This is just really an example. Those dimensions and restrictions are going to be laid out in full in the actual ordinance. This is just an example of one of the kind of signs and kind of the new definitions that we'll be adding.
Right, that all caught my eye. That's it.
And Dave.
No questions.
Okay, I actually have several. On the changeable copy signs, which I think that there's manual, which I really have no problem with. But I think the luminous quality signs need to be very specific about what amount of light can come out of those and where they are. We can get huge TVs which are basically a white background with just the word, some grouping of words that will be very bright, inconsistent. And I think that we should be somewhat careful about how much light is coming off and how distracting it's going to be. And I don't see that being addressed anywhere. Similarly, the signs themselves, everybody wants their signs lit. I understand that. I think we need some kind of a definition about the maximum amount of lumens or watts however you want to think about that on the sign, again, to keep it consistent with our community. The last thing, or next thing is, I think it's the city of Santa Barbara. I know it's in some other jurisdictions. If you have a window right here and you put a sign immediately on the back side of that window so that it faces out, many ordinances say, oh, that's not something we control, even though no one on the inside can see the sign. The only people that can see it are on the outside. And again, it's a big TV screen with lots of flashing lights and whatever. I think that there may be some issues about private property and things like that. But I'd like you to at least explore limiting, or in my personal opinion, prohibiting that. What I have seen is ordinances that say you have to be back at least 5 feet, or you have to be back 20 feet or something like that, so that it's primarily for the people inside. And then non-conforming signs. I first moved to Santa Barbara in 1977. And there were pole signs on 101, you know, shop at Vaughn, shop at Rouse, you know, big, huge, buy gasoline at the next exit. And those signs were deemed inappropriate, and they were non-conforming, and they were required to be removed after a period of, I think it was 7, 8, 9 years. I can't remember the time. There was like economic benefit, so it could not be construed to be a taking of people's property. I think that the non-conforming signs we should have taken out over some period. That should at least be explored, and then, but we have to give people a reasonable economic return. I'd like you to explore that as well. You understand all of that?
That was actually
Yes.
1970 Highway Beautification Act from Lady Bird Johnson.
There you go.
Had that, so that was part of that.
Okay. I love other members of our board. Anybody else, please? Ben, do you have any final comments?
I can respond to a couple of those points that you just made if you'd like, or I can just, I've jotted them all down and happy to take them all into consideration
guys-
as we can.
Do we have- just respond to us now or later?
We're gonna see a final draft at some point.
Let's do it later, Ben.
Wait.
And if you want to
Understood.
contact me, Kimberly and David know how to get a hold of me. Okay. Thank you very much.
Understood. Thank you.
We have a full meeting. A lot of it is you guys, okay? It's a big project. There's a lot of elements in it. You have significant amounts of drawings here. Thank you for giving us enough to review. But I've asked everybody to be as brief as possible, primarily because of this project. We have 2 members that have to leave early today that we want to get done. So please, also, now I review these drawings before the meeting. I sent, I don't know, a 1.5-page email. They responded, I think, hopefully, so that the drawings are tighter, cleaner, things are resolved now that weren't resolved before. But, so Mark, do you want to go? Mark Lloyd, do you want to go and present us stuff? Do you want me to be the leader because I saw the pages I felt we should see? What do you want to do?
Mr. Chair, thank you. My name's Mark Lloyd from L&P Consultants representing the applicant. We can go at your pleasure and deal with the issues that you have deemed to be the ones to deal with.
Do you guys trust me to edit some of these? Okay. Paul, you ready? PDF page 4, please. Page 1, excuse me. Let's start with 1. Yeah, architectural set 1. This is just the main buildings, and so it's not the bungalows that we're dealing with here, okay? And that's what's important. Page 4, please. This drawing really shows the extent of the work, and you guys want to go ahead and try to highlight that, please? Discuss it.
Yeah, so this is our master plan, site plan. And in the legend, it details all the various work locations and a brief description of those works in that legend. And again, for the SCD application, which we're which we are processing, and this hearing is part of that, is basically the remodels of building A and B, the remodels that are happening with the bungalows, the remodel and addition that is occurring to the central plant, and conversion of areas within building A for retail space, et cetera, et cetera.
And I think we may come back here from time to time when we look at some of the larger, okay.
Okay.
Page 30, please. Oh, that's 30. Okay, so this is the exterior changes again, Mark or whomever.
Well, I think I'll turn this over to Ken to enumerate these changes here.
Sure. So the first page here is the rear elevation of building A, or the courtyard elevation of building A. The upper view is the existing and the lower view is the proposed. Essentially what's happened here is on the right-hand side, we've added a loggia in between the two buildings right there, so that we can get a better connection between the lobby and the existing banquet hall. And then the retail has been added on the first floor across this entire elevation. And the existing double hung windows that were there for where the rooms were have been turned into solid glass windows with muntins in them, but they're not operable. And then in the larger public space around the archway itself, we have a little bit larger glass in that area too, which mimics the glass that's been seen on the other side where the loggia has gone into. Next page. And this is the front of building A. And of course, Alex has been very intimately involved with this. And the last time I alluded to, we had a peer reviewer take a look at this. Again, on the left-hand side is kind of the public side of the building. That's why it's taller. And on the right-hand side was the start of the guest rooms. And here, just that lower section there is moving from guest rooms to being retail. Reason being that those guest rooms were never all that desirable, because they're kind of right in the front at the porte cochere and the drop-off. My sister ended up having her wedding at the Biltmore, and she stayed in one of those rooms. It was not a pleasant experience. And the other part of it is retail needs a larger space than they've ever had before historically. So those doors and windows there have been changed to match the doors and windows that are kind of perpendicular to this, that would be on the main larger part of the building. And or where it's more residential, it's the same double hung size window. It's just a fixed glass rather than being a double hung itself.
Let's try to go and ask questions or comments as we go from page to page. And so we can just keep going. So anybody, and just interrupt and go on. I don't want to ask every time, please.
Actually, can you go back to the last one?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So where is the new loggia on the floor plan?
Pardon me?
You said you're adding a
Yeah,
loggia?
yes, yeah, correct. 50% of it is actually enclosed. That's where Paul is going to circle there, where the pointer is. That part there. So the furthest right is enclosed, if you will. That's why you can see the doors that face there. And then 50% of it is open loggia. That's just covered loggia, if you will. So that's still exterior part of it.
Okay, I'm trying to understand the drawings.
Yeah, this was not their finest hour.
Oh.
This-
But you can see in the elevation above, there is no loggia at all. It's just the exterior elevation, and then the loggia has been added on the lower.
So the overhang,
It's actually, what they're doing is that they're putting in a colonnade with a roofed colonnade.
yeah, I can see that, but I don't see it on the floor plan. I'm trying to understand it.
Paul's kind of bringing up a more detailed view there.
Was it a trellis originally and then it got a solid roof over it? And to the left is that grill, is that what it's called? What does that say? It's the left of that? That space was already, that was already there.
Yeah,
So it's about 10 feet deep. I mean, the depth, it seemed like
Or
like.
more.
How
15.
Ken, how deep is it?
yeah, I would guess off the top of my head, it's like 12 feet deep, would be my guess there.
12 feet?
Well, that door is 6 feet. Yeah, maybe 10 feet. Once you're 12 feet to the exterior, but 10 feet on the interior, because that door there with the pair of doors would be 6 feet, and then there'd be 3-foot panels on either side.
And
12.
and
12
the
feet.
roof,
I guess that's
the
12.
roof pitch on that is what?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's 4 and 12 probably.
So that's about 4 feet up.
That's the computer drawing there.
Yeah, there it is there.
So yeah, because this look a little more than the rendering. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah. This is
3 and
3 and a
12.
half and 12 or 3 and 12. Okay.
You go back to the sheet 30.
We're on for preliminary today, guys, so, this is the big one.
Okay, yeah, so that's it's about 2 more feet on the rendering. of The
Yeah.
overhang. Okay, that's what I was confused about the depth
Okay.
perception.
Anybody else, please?
Yeah, while we're on this, you're adding retail and changing living or hotel
rooms, yeah.
suites and that kind of thing. So, did you talk about parking? And I mean, have you worked all that out with planning, I suppose? And are you needing to add parking space?
No, as you may recall, under the recent development plan amendment that was done basically for the Coral Casino, there was a reduction of room count that is mandated now from 226 to 192. So our parking demand has gone down while we have maintained the same number of parking spaces.
Anybody else?
And again, that's why this area is transitioning to retail, because we have to reduce rooms.
Oh, next. 31. Any comments? 33. Everybody okay? 34. $35, please. $36.
We've added this picture postcard that shows the existing door that everything is modeled after on the far right-hand side there. There it is there. You can see the second one underneath the balcony there.
Everybody okay? 37. Okay. 38. What's important to realize here? Can you show us where this is on the site plan, please?
Sure. Yeah, that T there. Yep.
And you'll notice that they're adding patios, which we never really discussed at this board before. And I wanted to point that out to everybody. So the patios are not just being added to the bungalows, but also to a number of the main buildings. And it's hard to see on page 37, but you can see them here more easily. Okay,
All the green.
the greens,
Green is the fence line.
yeah, and these are the green wood fence in every case. Okay. And it's, from what I could figure out, you didn't show any landscaping about what you're gonna do. Is that also correct?
What we did on building W at the top there.
Okay, I didn't see it. Okay, so now can we go back to 37? So that's kind of the, I wanted everybody to see that 37, please. It's very hard to see down below that there are some vertical lines where the fences are. And they're not showing the fences coming across horizontally. So they're cutting it right next to the building as opposed to out 10 or 15 feet into the world. Okay. Okay. And yeah, so what's that picture up there, Paul? That's new, I think.
That's what's there.
Okay.
So that's the landscaping that's in front there to create the privacy to go to those units. And then at the bottom, you can see on your map, that's where the 38 is. You can see that's building W there. So that's the elevation that faces north. And that's why that trellis is coming off to allow more light in.
So they're eliminating the trellis, and on the upper floor, they're adding this transom window
Correct.
as opposed to tearing the whole thing out, although it looks to me like you're gonna tear it out anyway and have taller doors and windows. Which, in terms of commenting, I think that this is my personal opinion, it's an inferior solution to have those transoms, because you end up with the top rail, then the sill, then a top rail, then a small piece of glass, and it's like there's a lot of wood in there. If you guys, where if you just, it looks like you're tearing them out anyway to rebuild this.
Is that your comments, your questions?
I think we should be doing comments and
All
questions
at the same time?
at the same time.
Should you open public comment first?
Okay, public comment, anybody?
But are we done?
No, well, on
Oh.
this page here,
I have
So
some
you want
comments.
to do page by page?
I think, otherwise we're gonna have to go back through the whole thing again.
Okay, so you want comment too?
Yes, please. Do you need to go back?
Oh, I didn't know that yet.
You need to go back.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if that's how we're doing it,
Is that okay with everybody, or do you want to go back through it again?
Each
Which one
page.
was?
Yeah, I like each. Yeah. I have some
we
comments
can make
about this.
comments?
Yes, please.
Oh,
I have some
Is
comments
that
about
okay with
this.
you guys? Yeah,
okay, so then can we go back to a couple pages?
yeah, please.
Oh.
Sorry that it was not clear.
Of like number at 30. Okay, so this one. Yeah, so I guess this is the same thing, the comment on 33, I think the two arches on the south elevation. I guess the concern I have is that if you look at this one, it's very close. But then you look at some others, they vary greatly, like I see, like this one is much more. So I'm not sure, are you trying to get a consistency? I'm looking at your drawing to the left.
He's trying to point out the fact that there was.
Which is fine, I mean, I like the proportion of this one better than the one on 33. Just pointing out some of the,
Yeah, if you actually go and measure, if you go and measure them,
I'll go down, look, yeah, exactly down, you see how close that one is on the left. Yep,
yeah, I think we went and measured each one of them. And the tightest one is actually the one that's in the photograph itself. That one would be equal to it. And I think it's 1 foot 8 inches there. And then on the other areas, it's 1 foot 9. So we've never made it less than what's here.
these are all new, right?
Those are existing there. Those are existing. That's existing.
So are they matching?
Yeah, they match.
So maybe the hand drawing looks like we have.
Yeah, it's a matter of that. The only place that it was closer was on the back side, and Paul can kind of roll. No, it's on, which building was that, Steve? Yeah, building D. The back elevation. And that door is actually, we made a smaller door there. We made a 3-foot panel for the accessibility and then a panel and a half. So that lowered the arch to be equal to the other arches in terms of their dimension from the eave itself. So we went through and measured all of those. And then this was the one area where it's actually closer. So we made a new door for there.
Everybody okay with this? Any other comments before we go on?
Back to that last page, I have some comments there.
This page?
That one, yeah.
This page, you're right.
So the two questions I have is there a reason why the triple doors that you've added on the new aren't centered on the gable? And then had you thought about, instead of removing the trellis, actually, I think is the next sheet that shows
Yes,
the
and
new
yep.
one. Where's the one that shows the trellis coming off?
That's on W.
Oh, okay. On these, in lieu of is that an 8-foot door on the second floor? Or a 7-foot door with a transom light?
Correct. Yeah.
Did you consider doing 8-foot doors instead of transom light?
Yeah. And as many of you might realize, is that the timing to buy all those doors, take them all out, replace them all, didn't work in the timing of reopening the hotel. And so there was a decision made on timing as well as cost to go with the transom to get more light into those rooms because it's quite dark in those. And this is the only place we're adding the transom is on this elevation, the north elevation. And on the ends why it's not centered is there's a fireplace in the corner. These were the buildings that were built in 1984 and kind of, when you go through the bungalows, you'll see how these buildings being introduced to the site really crowded the site and really are of a whole different character than all of the other buildings on the site itself. So we added the third or the other side light to bring more light into those end units because they happen to be the deeper units and they're very dark again on the ends.
Are the chimneys missing on those then? Did you say they're fireplaces in the corner?
Yeah, there must be. Yeah.
So that would actually help.
Balance that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other comments?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Getting back to the fences, I realize this is a romantic getaway and you're trying to get privacy for these rooms. Is that what the fences are for?
It's a private area that's adjacent to your room. These particular buildings, you have a central corridor that you get to the room itself. And there's also an exterior door that you can go to the room with your key. So over time, the way that the guest has experienced the hotel has changed. So that that's a way to get in and out of the room, not only through the corridor, but through the private patio at the back. And so that one picture up at the top kind of shows you the stepping stones that lead out of there and all of the landscaping that's been put in there to create privacy within that bungalow itself or that room. And a lot of these, when they're on the ground floor, kind of are experienced like a bungalow because you have that private patio there. But the planting has been put in there so you can't see someone in bed, right? And so all of a sudden the rooms become very, very dark. And so this is a chance for us to actually put a true barrier, plant against the barrier on the public side in a very public way that's meant to hide the fence and to create a lush landscape. But on the inside, bring the planting away from the building. And there's actually a patio there now in the architecture. There's big columns and stuff, and open that up so that you can actually get light and maintain the space and actually enjoy a cup of coffee out there.
How deep are those patios? The fenced, the building?
Right.
Yeah, so you can see with the building itself, it's maybe 5 feet before you get to those big, large columns there. See the big, large columns in plan, those columns there. And then we add another 8 feet to including the planter, right? Beyond that. So now you can really have a table and a cup of coffee and those types of things out there.
This is not a historic building. This
No.
is the newer one.
Yeah. hmm And this particular building, since we're here, is one that came in and displaced two of our bungalows. Originally, there were three bungalows on this side and there were three bungalows on the other side that were kind of across a lawn from each other. And those bungalows got one got sliced off that, that R and S, and the other ones got kind of juggled into all of our other bungalows and made a much more constrained and dense site at the bungalow side of the property. So this was done, like I say, in 84, correct, Alex?
Yeah, and I agree with John on the transoms. You're not going to have much glass left. So I don't know what you're really,
I think the decision was based on time of getting those doors and windows.
again, it's not historic. This is a,
Let's try to keep it comments tight.
okay, that's it.
Anybody else? Rob?
Do I go see that, could I see that patio sheet again, please? That we just looked at, the plan view? Yeah, those,
Yep.
those, so are those each, is that two rooms for each, two separate rooms?
Yeah,
each one of
they
those
can be
patios?
locked off from each other, or they can be combined, right? And so you have a much larger patio when you've taken over the entire room.
Okay,
But as I say, the exterior door there has a key to get to that room there, as well as one off of the corridor. So it's kind of a room that you can get to from either side.
okay, and then you showed stepping stones coming out of some of
So
those?
that's what was there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what you're doing.
No, we're gonna make this where you have a private patio there and you go back to using the corridor. And it's a place to enjoy as an extension to the room itself.
Sure, okay.
Yep.
That's my question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Dave? Okay, I'd like to go to those transoms. I work on these fairly large projects, and the owner has taught me to think 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. And for the next 20, 50, or 100 years, if I see what I think is a subpar door, I'm going to say, as a board, we screwed up. And I'll tell you right now, my vote will go down if you guys keep these. You won't have my vote. What my recommendation would be, because I think it's such a bad idea, my recommendation is do these one at a time. When the room is vacant, you can probably get somebody in there in a 1 week period to do each room. And then a month later, you do the next room, et cetera, and you'll get it done over time. But I think this is just terrible to have that. Second of all, on the gates, we really don't have if there's a distinguishing characteristic of Montecito and of the Biltmore, it's really fine quality landscaping. And you're showing a sort of a blobby area and say plant mix or some, the romance that you're showing is great, but I don't see how that works with these not completely defined patios, et cetera. I understand you can come back to final, but I am hesitant with the patios. I understand them, but you haven't convinced me yet because of your lack of thoroughness in your presentation. Anybody else on this page, please?
Yeah, and I really have well, I really troubling by the fact that you're adding another door to bring more light into the end units, and in doing so, the two wings at the end looks very odd to me, and
Mechanical.
and I think that you want to add some clear story to bring some light in, and you worry about don't have time to do the door system. But if you look at the end unit, I'm not sure what else can you save. You're adding one to the right, you and one on top. If I were you, I would make the opening taller at both ends, and probably less money than build around it and try to save what you try to save. So I think at least one of the few elements of some of the building that have some symmetry to it, and yeah, I think you took away with the addition of the windows and the doors at the end. And then removing the trellis. That to me just remove another layer of item that make the building more charming, while you're adding the green fences to the ground floor. And I'm not sure what direction this is facing, north, south, east, or west.
North.
Facing north.
North. And I thought that, there's a charming of the trellis on the second floor element. It's a big building, so I'm not sure I can support that.
Anybody else, please, while we're here?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah, go.
agree with the concerns about the transoms and the removal of the detail of that trellis and the asymmetry of those two wings. And then I feel like some of these decisions are being made based on time. And it's just concerning when it's such a historic landmark to, some of these decisions appear to me to be short-sighted. And I feel that way definitely with the green fence as well.
Anybody else, please?
Quick note, has there been any thought to the idea of maybe some rooms private and some with 42-inch site walls?
Well, there's a very big variety here.
Yeah,
Of course,
combination.
there's the main building that has, over 100 rooms. And that's the building that you circulate around, and that's the main building, right? All of the high buildings.
Mhm.
And then there's the bungalows that are the other extreme on the far end. And then on these wings, the ones that are getting these doors that go to the outside and getting are really they're more like bungalows than like guest rooms in a larger building.
Mhm.
So there is a nice mix here. And so what we're looking at right here are only the units we're changing, not the units that remain the same and are more like your normal kind of hotel room experience. And there's plenty of those.
Right, yeah, because it feels like, from what I see, and I understand you have other places, maybe I haven't picked that up yet, but it seems very boxed in, high wall, private. And I would imagine that a good portion of the people that stay there are okay with, you've got drapes, you close the drapes. You go to Hawaii, your room rolls right out onto the grass lawn and there's the pool.
Right.
So, I would think it maybe a few less of the private patios, unless the whole thing is like, we gotta have private spaces.
Yeah.
we're
And it's
staying
not
there without it.
100%.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Even the bungalows, a little mix of each of those might bode a little well. Anyway.
Are we done here, guys?
Just one.
Yes, please.
One comment. So I don't know if you heard this, but I added a comment to the minutes relative to the Wheelo, which I think is helpful. I don't know if you were listening or heard that, but did you have that, Dave? If you haven't, did you hear the minutes when we were speaking about 30 minutes ago? Okay. Do you have that, Dave? That comment? I can revise. I can make I can make a stab at it, or if you want to do it.
Yes, go ahead. Let's
Okay.
keep it moving.
Okay, so I think this is helpful for you folks because I keep harping on the broken record on the Wheelo. So basically my suggestion, if you need to get by the Wheelo, is that the applicant seek exemption to the Wheelo AB 1881 ordinance based on the findings that the existing and proposed semi-tropical landscape theme, let's see, I can't read my own, the landscape theme requirements. I can't read my own writing. Let's see, so that the existing and proposed semi-tropical landscape theme, replicates or an important historical and cultural resource to the represents to the important historical resource to the community that needs to be preserved and perpetuated. Sorry that I was so broken up on that, but Dave has the comment, and I think it's what I was trying to say to you folks that kind of frames, I think, the angle that will help you get through Wheelo through this process. So
Is everybody
Appreciate that.
okay? Page 46, please. And these again are the transom there, that's what they're actually proposing. And my comment is, over the long term, I don't think this has anywhere near the elegance that Reginald would want.
The doors themselves, I think the stiles and the rails are way overscaled for what Reginald would have on his drawings. I think they're like 5.5 and 10 and, this is not a beautiful building. It's kind of a clunky one that we inherited in 1984.
So you want to continue or worsen the clunkiness, Ken? Is that your argument?
I'm saying that those doors are there and they're not being replaced in kind 100% because there's not a budget or time to do that. There's a light issue on the backside of the elevation and the transom is proposed. If the board here has decided that they are going to vote on the project over the transom, then obviously we would want to reserve the right to come back at final and come up with an alternate solution for those doors. But it's just one slice of a much bigger, I don't know how many rooms are in W and T, but there's at least, I don't know, 40 doors, 50, yeah, 40 or 50 doors that are there and were built in 1984.
Anybody else comments on this page, please?
Yeah, I do agree with you about the transoms. I think transom is a good idea, but even the proportion of that, it seems like it may be a foot too low. That's why I seem low squeezing to it. And I find that really interesting. You're discussing about the budget. There's no budget to replacing these little things. When you guys went ahead and literally ripped the whole thing apart on many parts, and I think that
No, I
these are
don't
probably
think I
some of the
said
smaller
budget.
costs.
I don't think I said budget. On 400 of them, what we're replacing here is only 10 of them. So the budget for 10 is different than the budget for
I
60
agree,
or
and,
80 of
and
them.
we're not asked you to replace them all, but I'm just the one that you're touching it, and whatever you do, based on what you show us, a couple of them, I think. As
Anybody else want to voice this, please? Page 49, please. So this is that bungalow area, what do you call that? Loggia area down in the lower left.
Oh, this is
Well-
Virgo, this is the loggia.
The loggia down in the lower left, so that's.
And this is a courtyard, in the courtyard.
And then they're replacing all those columns and the trellis members as well, correct?
Correct.
Up above.
Yep.
Any comments or questions on this, please? Anybody? Page 50? Oh, what?
So is there replacement kind for kind, or is this all brand new?
You have drawings of that?
Yeah, we have drawings of that.
It's-
Well, we had the dueling historians that Alex can kind of talk about. Where is it a replacement or is it and I think we ended up having to call it new because it's not an exact duplicate replacement. So it's new, but it's very much in keeping with what was there originally that was taken away. And we're putting it back, but with a little different capital on it and a little different trellis structure on top of that. So it's something that we've very carefully studied in terms of the rhythm that was there because all of the foundations, all the footings are still there and where the columns were. But the actual members had all been taken away. So it's of the same height, it's of the same column spacing. It has the same trellis on top in similar, but it's slightly different. And so as I say, there was a lot of energy and effort put into this, not only on our part, but by the two historians that looked at it. And the whole purpose is to bring back wayfinding within the property. We find that, and we've looked at this very you know, it's very difficult to kind of find your way through. The spa's been added, the WT's been added since the historic buildings were put there in the 20s. A lot of the initial pieces that were there have either been stripped away or been plugged by other banquet halls added, other program added over many years of layers of thing to where, you know, in our opinion, it got fairly convoluted and fairly difficult to navigate. And so we're working towards pulling that together. And we thought this element was a strong element to add back.
Questions, comments, please? Page 53, please. There it is right there.
So, and if you read in Alex's report, the column isn't exactly what Reginald had done originally, but it mimics a column that he did on another building. At Bella Squarta, wasn't it, Alex? Alex, you want to turn on your mic? Yeah.
The reason for this change is that the other one that didn't have a little capital, the original, there was water damage getting in. It wasn't a waterproof solution. And so that's why we had to look to something that would be. So I looked at some of the Reginald Johnson columns and tops and thought that this was the simplest one to go on, and that will solve the problem of water damage.
Everybody okay? Page 55. Okay, this is the beginning of the WELO calcs. You guys changed it from 55 to 45, yes? Now, I want to say something here. I may be in the minority here. And this is definitely something that's going to get worked out by the attorneys. I have read the state of California's water code, believe it or not, and the constitutional amendment that says the state da-da-da, conservation, da-da-da, that whole thing. I firmly believe the state of California controls all of the rain that comes down once it hits the mountains and the plains and the seashore and the resultant groundwater that comes from that. So yes.
You do not own it as a private individual.
Hang on. So I believe that the rainwater and therefore the groundwater is what you just said.
Yes, in trust to the people.
I do not believe, and therefore the state has the right to regulate it called WELO, among other things. Okay. I don't believe they have the right for desal. When I read the Constitution, when I read that other area, that water is something completely outside of the understanding. That's like we had something on signs 25 years ago. Signage was not LED, not these TV screens. Nobody had thought about that. And therefore, the signs never dealt with this. I also believe that the water, nobody ever dealt with desal. I believe that if you can make something or other with the water district that says you're buying all of their excess water, called the desal water, that you should have the right to do what you want with it. Now I'm out there in left field. I understand that, but it's a pursuit that I would suggest that you.
Well, I don't think you're that far out there, actually. As you know from the water code, the other provision is that all water be used for beneficial use, or it becomes illegally used.
Yep.
And the examples they give for that is at the termination of a water course at the ocean. And so that regulation seems to imply that there is no hold on water in the ocean. Never heard anybody say that before, but that's interesting.
Original thinking. So I think ultimately, at the end of the day, there's some man, I believe, that does the WELO stuff for the county is going to have to say yay or nay. My guess is that, well, again, I believe it's a man, is not going to do that on his own. He's going to talk to people up and they're going to talk to the county council. But I would highly recommend that you do that. And then you're gonna have to talk with the water district to get some kind of special water rate where you can say, we are buying it in this pool of water. But I would highly recommend you do that. Any other comment?
Yeah, no, I, um, I think the one thing about that water is I'm not convinced in my understanding of that water that it may not be that good for the kind of tropical, subtropical plants that you're
Salt
using.
Content.
Yes, so that may not be a good avenue. My whole avenue that I was trying to push was that the planting is a cultural, historical resource to the community. And on that basis, you should be allowed to perpetuate, and you need to got to get findings made that you go beyond kind of the staff person in Wheelo that allows you to do this subtropical planting and be exempt from that ordinance. That's what I've been pushing the whole time, is that you go beyond the staff person and try to have findings made that support the direction you're going, which I think is the way to go. So.
Well, this discussion opens up three venues, the one you discussed, and of course, us making up the 8% differential that we have between the 0.49 and the 0.45. We have a presentation about Wheelo to do a little bit later here.
Okay, let's try to, anybody else, please? This is fairly technical area. Page 56, please. Okay, this is the beginning of the bungalows, correct? Is that where we're going from here?
A separate set, but yeah.
Okay, 58 then.
Mr. Mr. Chair, if I may,
Please.
we would like to start with another of our plans that deal with the bungalows. I think it's much more illustrative.
Yes, and I agree. When I said that, ignore what I said. Page 56, 57, we've looked at 58. So you had light fixtures that were not compliant and they're now compliant. Is that correct? With dark sky?
Correct.
Okay, and this is building D, which has, go on next, down 59, 60.
Yeah, the new lights are really on the areas where doors have been added. So you need a light on either side of the door.
So was that building D before? Is that the one in the lower left-hand corner?
Yep.
Okay, so this building also has brand new patios. And can you go back to page 3 or 4, wherever that is, so that people can see where that is on the site plan, please? It's there on the left, all the right next, kind of hidden off in the corner. It's backing up against the asphalt in that area and then out into that little area. So now if we can go back to 58, was it 60? But that's the context about what they're doing, okay? That's as it exists. And then this is as proposed. Any comments about this, please?
Is this the same as the others too? They're 6-foot tall fences on these all? too?
Right, and on the lower part, the front elevation, which is the lower part there, those are the two doors that exist. And so those balcony, there's actually patios out there, but there's completely screened in with such high planting that you can't actually see through the planting to see the ocean, nor can you see through to see the doors on the other side. So again, we would put kind of a little private patio there that's a lot less, that's a solid wall, so you don't need as much planting, and they're going to get light and ventilation into that room. Then on the back sides, on both sides, those are just windows that go to landscape area that was never really taken advantage of. So we're going to actually take advantage of those areas.
Any other questions, please? Page 62.
So then on this particular building, if there's, let's say 15 rooms in that building, 6 of them are going to have patios.
Okay, so again, this is building W, and I guess it's 63 or 64 that has the patios
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
So this also has that. Can you show everybody where that is on the site, please? Yep, but we're now there. Okay, you want to go back and blow that up, please, Paul? Comments, anybody? Questions?
Um, just so what am I, the back of the patio is then we have lawn and then between them is your shrub beds, basically? I think that line is a little stiff there, that should be a lot more kind of have some movement to it and be more free flowing than the way it's drawn.
Yeah, my comment is architects should not do drawings for landscape architecture. They love straight lines and they love perfect arcs, and it's boring and it's inaccurate and it's uninspiring. Anybody else, please? I know it's not going to look like that, but it's, what page are we on, Paul?
63.
64. Please, next page.
Actually, I'll move.
Is that the end?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I think we were off alignment because you guys did something. So anyway, ARC set 2 is about the bungalows, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is this the single page that you did?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to spend a few minutes? This is the critical page, I think, for the bungalow discussion.
Yes. So this sheet shows two perspectives. One,
You zoom out, Paul.
one on the
There you
upper is the existing, the lower is proposed. And what we're intending to show here is that for the upper pink shaded area, we're expressing that area as the combination of fenced or walled yard areas and the appurtenant landscaping that defines the privacy for the private areas of the building. So some of them are enclosed by walls and fencings, some of them are not. And what's happened over time, to give a context here, is that as Ken was alluding to earlier, when the Biltmore was first opened and in its next preceding decades, there were fewer bungalows in this area than there currently are. About 4 or 5 bungalows got added. They were actually to the south of the existing bungalows now, but particularly like K and M got jammed in there. And so, so the bungalows went in there. Before that, it was pretty well open area. And then in 2005, there were additional walks that were introduced into the area so that you could access through the bungalows or into the bungalows. And then the combination of that increased density and the walks to get to that increased density then triggered the increased plantings to achieve some semblance of some privacy around the bungalow buildings. So that's why we've come up with this pink shaded area. Again, are the areas of yards and the landscaping that's contributory to the yards, all to achieve some degree of privacy. So as you move down to the green area, that now represents what we are considering to be the private and exclusive private yard areas for the bungalows, which would be defined by the fencing now. So what we think this allows is for, and obviously you can see that the greener shade, the lime colored shade, is covering a lot less area than the pink area. And obviously the landscaping contributes to a conjunctive use between private screening and then a palette for the public to look at as it walks through it. So without any doubt, that landscaping becomes transitional. But what we're attempting to communicate here in this drawing is that we believe that there is a reduction in the private yard area and the elements that define that. And by putting in the fencing along with landscaping that would screen and clad that fencing, we're also able to take the landscaping that was attributable to establishing the privacy of a yard area and translate and transition that more to landscaping that is complementary to the public experience of walking along the lots. And so that cultivation and manicuring of that landscaping can now be done in a more public manner for the public, exclusively private to the units themselves. So that's the context that we're trying to frame here.
I know that several of us had comments about this. Tip, you want to get started with this now that you can see.
So, I know that you guys, did the Miramar Hotel with, another landscape architects, and is it true that most of the bungalows at the Miramar are completely open?
I think those fences that we had there were, I would guess, because we went there during construction, were value engineered out. Because right now there's a little box hedge. So we kind of cringe when we go there, but that's.
Yeah, because that's what my recollection when I walked through the Miramar, all those, just a comment that.
That was not what we had planned, nor what you guys had approved back then.
So I have a couple questions. Question number one is that, how many bungalows right now, in these drawings?
There are 44 existing bungalow rooms.
44?
44.
On the ground floor, mainly
They're
ground
one-story
floor.
bungalows.
Yeah. And based on your green fencing plan, how many of them will be fences?
44 of them, all of them have some
So you
some
two
degree of
fence-
private yard area.
So you need to fence every single bungalow?
Yes, that is the plan now.
Okay. And of the current plan, the red one above, how many of them are fences with the brick wall and the green fence?
15? 15.
So that means by the time this project completely renovated, there will be no more open bungalows.
Well, keep in mind that the bungalow areas are either defined by a privacy
Understand that
barrier
landscape,
for-
I'm
of
talking about adding,
landscaping or of some fencing type.
right, but based on your statement that you go from 15 to 44.
Well,
Of fenced enclosed yards.
Yeah.
You want to have
that-
44 units,
But
We have
within-
44 units,
so you fence everything.
yes, to create a
Okay,
private
that's what I'm
yard in
trying
each one.
to clarify.
But what she didn't describe is all of them, there's 44 gates that are there and 44 sidewalls. And then from those gates, the planting extends from those gates. So there's 44 private patios now. And there will be 44 after this. It's just how they got to that privacy. And we have some
Between
pictures here that
Yeah,
show you.
I understand what you're trying to do between landscaping and all the fencing will look exactly the same.
The fencing is all proposed to be the same, which will be encapsulated or cladded by landscaping. So it'll.
You
go
won't see the
invisible.
fence.
Beside the landscaping, the fencing will be all green and every entrance to every bungalow will have the same trellis over it.
We're reusing the trellis that's there.
But
Correct.
you to multiply to every unit.
It's the exact same number and the exact same room name.
And then you're also adding green fences to all the ground floor rooms of the bigger buildings.
No,
Not all of them,
no.
But most, we saw, on
No.
one of the drawings.
but I would say that
I would,
probably a quarter of them.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
You have comments?
Yeah, so personally,
We go back to the plan. Plan view.
this is, I think this is a very interesting issue because, I happen to, talk to some of the, Four Seasons longtime, hotel guests. What I mean by long time is 15, 20 years. And, interestingly enough, from my experience, of talking to, probably 7, most of them love the openness of the bungalows, open out to the walkway, and that's just, the preference, I'm sure.
but that
So
doesn't happen right now.
let me finish. So, so my take on that is, I think there has to be a balance between fencing and no fencing. I'm not sure fencing all 44 of them is the right solution here. And number two, because this is such a beautiful, Mandarin building, and then you are creating every entrance looks exactly the same with a green trellis over that. You kind of standardize a little more eclectic landscaping elements. And by doing that, you're creating a group of very large buildings right in the middle. The three right in the middle, rather, that you have to walk around it. Yeah, L, M, and K. So visually, they look like one compound, one complex. And I always also believe that, there's the beauty between some green fencing and some plaster walls with the clay cap, which you have seen around the Four Seasons hotels. So I would like to be able to, if you guys can take a look at, find a way to not try to make everything look the same, and that's what this will turn out to be, and try to mix between different type of, plaster versus green fencing, and then instead of fence everything, come up with a solution that have some openness versus complete fencing. Thank you.
Anybody else, please, on this plan?
Yeah, I just gonna reiterate my concerns about the green fencing. I think the care and detail you've taken with the architecture and meticulous details of the buildings and everything, and I appreciate that, but I feel like the largest new development you're proposing on the project is these courtyards and enclosures of the bungalows and the other spaces, and this green fence is touching buildings, and it's everywhere. And to my mind, like I've said before, it's not commensurate with the landmark status of this, the Biltmore, and with your other detailing in it. So I gonna agree with Tip that there's got to be some other solutions than just having this green fence everywhere.
Anybody else?
Same with me. Yeah, I think maybe a mixture of the all private areas and some not so private would be a nice look. So it's not so imposing. And I know you're trying to take the green fence and make it go away. I appreciate that with planting. If you see the fence though, then there's not a lot of detail to it, and so it's not particularly a well-designed fence. It's pretty simple. If you think you're going to see the fence through it, maybe a better designed fence. I like the idea that it's consistent wood material and or a plaster. So maybe I have two palettes of types, and I'm thinking low plaster wall, tall screen fence in various locations. So it's a combination of private and more open yards. Thank you.
Excuse me, could I make just a comment? Because right now, as you know, from going there to see the site visit, the landscaping that,
Can we switch to the photos, Paul? Sorry, Alex.
the landscaping that was put up for privacy, they put up right next to the buildings. And so if you're out there, you don't see the buildings at all. If you're standing there and didn't know the history of this, you would just see a whole lot of tall planting. You wouldn't be able to see
Show
the
existing
buildings
numbers,
at
Paul.
all. And so what we're suggesting with this solution is you take away all that heavy landscaping that's hiding the buildings. You put the fences up sufficiently far enough away from the buildings so that when you're standing there, you see the upper walls of the bungalows and their roofs, and you get a much better sense of how all the bungalows fit together. And I think in that sense, from the historic point of view, is a very helpful solution. Because we still need privacy. People really want outdoor privacy now when they come to the hotel to visit. And so this is a way of getting that, but also pulling all that landscaping away from hiding the buildings.
Anybody else, please? Okay, can we go back to the plan? I know I'm not on the mic when I do this, so when I think of the Biltmore, if I were to give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjectives or adverbs: elegant, romantic, intimate, mysterious, and delightful. Those are the words that I would attribute to this hotel. I don't get that in very many places. That's why it's so special. So I apologize for not being on the mic here. Children are now in their when they were younger, we used to come and run and go around and do all kinds of areas where we would just go in through all kinds of pathways and mystery and hideouts and hide and seek. And when you could see the teenagers kind of getting away from their parents, and you could see the people attending the weddings going off for a little bit of quiet time by themselves. That's ruined by this. That pathway, that mystery, that delight, that romance in my world is ruined by this. And I'm extremely sorry to see that go to the point that I can't vote for it. This bringing together of these areas closer and losing that intimacy, the delight, the romance, I think is losing the quality of this area. I don't care what what the experience is here. We're losing stuff here, and I think that it's wrong. Anybody else, please?
I just wanted to ask the question. So you folks have who's the landscape architect? You said you have an in-house person on your team?
Yeah, Jeff Yardy and Isabel
Okay, so,
Menace.
Hi.
okay, so I guess I thought maybe that you would, we're looking for the landscape architect to kind of present and weave kind of all these things, because a lot of the things that I think I see that have been mentioned seems that when I've seen a lot of the landscape architects that present before this board, I see some very kind of experienced and sophisticated, presentations of how everything with the landscape architect. So all these elements are kind of weaved together. And I think, so I guess I was looking to hear from you and in terms of some of these,
Yeah.
because when I saw, like when I mentioned, like I saw that one straight planter, it made me, with all due respect, that looks like something that the architect would have done in your office and not the landscape architect would have done. So I say that very carefully because I don't want to insult anybody, but.
Okay. Well, the reason why those drawings are like that is because we're trying to just show a separation between the areas we're touching and the areas we're not. And we want to make it really clear that we want the experience to be the same. So we're not, the areas outside of that real clean line is going to just remain the same Biltmore. And so inside of the areas that we've shown, those are going to be left up to the team and Jimenez to go in there with the appropriate planting and to do the same thing that he's been doing for years. And that we have a list of the different plants of the jumble. I mean, that we don't want to just draw this real fancy, nice plan. We want to go out there and really strategically place these things to look beautiful on the site. I mean, there's all kinds of things going on there. And we're going to have to add in some low water usage plants along with that.
So it sounds like some of it's just kind of waving the arms in the field and not so much where it's being put on paper. It seems to some degree some of the conceptual design on this that you'd expect out of a landscape architect, I guess I'm not seeing being done at this point. And with the interest of trying to move this through and kind of to meet your folks' deadline, but
Can I interject
Sure.
for a moment here, just because I think it might help
Okay.
you all? Ken, if you could go back to the existing and proposed photos, let's take a more careful look at what we're dealing with. Paul, we may need to zoom in, maybe. Yeah. Just zoom in on those top photos a bit. What we're dealing with is an accumulation without any design or master planning or landscape planning at all of various forms of fencing. The one consistent piece in terms of the entrances to the rooms, that the bungalow rooms, is that trellised gate. Sometimes it's sitting there in the middle of landscaping. But you have generally, you can see in the second two photographs there, the experience of the landscape on the public side of things, okay? But the planting has grown up to the cottages in a way that makes the guest experience dark and pretty unappealing, which is the reason we were led towards creating these patio spaces off of the rooms, in addition to what Alex has added about actually exposing the architecture better, because you can't really see it here. It gives a much needed sense of outdoor use for these rooms and for the guests. Now, if we go to what we're proposing, romantic area that John is running. Yeah. If we go to what we're proposing, as far as the public sphere is concerned, and I think we have to zoom in on the bottom part, Paul.
Further?
Well, just go to the four photos that are on the bottom first. You can zoom out and then in. Yeah, those four. Okay. If we look at those a little more carefully, on the left, upper left, is a photograph of what the existing situation was. On the right is the photograph of what we're achieving with the patios. Below that, on the left, is an existing photograph of that particular patio, and on the right is the patio that we're trying to head towards. The green fence is really not supposed to be an element you see. It's got growth on both sides of it. It's got subtropical landscaping on both sides. And I think if we've been remiss in not giving you a more specific landscape plan, is that I'd be terrified to give you that. I think Jeff would too, because we're trying to preserve probably 80 to 90% of the existing landscaping and not tear it out, not redesign it, but work with it and just simply add to it where we need to. But this is what it looks like here from inside one of those patios. It's not a green fence that you're looking at all. Before, you were looking at a miscellany of brick, lattice, concrete block, stucco fencing. So I just don't understand why there's an objection to what we're doing, given how crummy the existing situation really is. You guys are rhapsodizing about running around, on the pathways. You can do that in the last analysis here with what we're going to be leaving, but we're trying to create a better experience for the guest inside. We're trying to bring light into each of these bungalows that's now obscured by overgrowth of planting. We're trying to actually appreciate and have the guest in particular appreciate that architecture. I think that one picture there shows you, if you look at the second up pair up from the bottom. No, go the other way. From the bottom. Okay, right. Ken will point at it. On the left is what's there now. You can't even see the cottage. Okay? On the right is a duplicate shot of that same thing. And we're opening up the cottage. We're opening it up not only for the general public, but for the guest. And remember, the bungalows, notwithstanding how much fun, John, you had with your family there, the bungalows are desirable because they're private, they're more residential, they don't have the hotel public walking by them or running by them. That's their appeal. And we've actually cut down on the number of pathways that were, I think, what was the date when those went in, Ken?
2005.
2005, because they're inviting people to go through a part of the hotel that's supposed to be more private.
And historically, there weren't paths there.
And historically, they weren't passed.
With those pictures, for instance, do you have vignettes of plan view that go hand in hand with those pictures? Because that would help me, I guess.
Well, we can certainly look at the pair that we've been looking at there, Ken, for Jay. I mean, if you look at the plan, the before plan and the after plan, you can kind of see.
I think if you would.
That's what the red,
I mean, it's
the rose-colored plan and the.
This is a private patio for that room. And then there was a main door here. We've added those two rooms together. We put the other one on the other side.
We're looking at so much. What'd be helpful to me is if you had maybe just focused in on those and zoomed in on those plans and then said, here's the before and here's some of the specifics we're doing, and then here's where we're going with it, and then had those pictures so that the plan view graphics go hand in hand with those pictures. I think that would tell
We can
a
go back
nice
to that.
story and
we
would
can
help.
we can go back to
help
the plan.
maybe some of the other board members understand it.
We spent about an hour and 15 minutes
Right
on
here.
this project so far. We have 8 other projects after this project. Tip, do you have a quick comment, please?
Yes, you know what, thank you, Mark, for trying to share with us some of the pictures, I mean, can you go back to some of the pictures? The one, I guess some of my comment has nothing to do with if you want to improve the look, the feel of the cottages. If you see the white fence, it doesn't look nice. You want to change it to the green fence. You want to take some of the planting off the cottage. It's all great. The concern that we have is how you fencing 44 cottages, bungalows. That's what we are trying to address, not the issue of you trying to clean it up. And so I think the 2 different issues that we are trying to discuss here, and I still believe that cleaning up like those last 2 images, I think that's beautiful. We have no problem with that. So I want to make sure that we no, I'm talking the 2 lower ones. Yes, yeah, that's how clean up, make it more open. Or even the upper one, if you remove some of the landscaping, which is fine, but the issue had to do with the public that experiencing the hotel, and based on the one of the drawings you provided that show green fencing everywhere, I think that's what the perception that we are getting at.
Okay, so we are doing this presentation and commenting in an abnormal way. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address the board on anything we've talked about so far, please? Want to make sure the public has a right to speak.
We're not done yet, right?
No, we're not done, but
There's no one else
nobody.
online.
Okay, very good. I'd like to move on if we can. Paul, I think we're on page 91 or 92. I think we're farther down than that. Oh, yeah. Did you guys renumber the bungalow? Go to the next page, please. No, Okay, at the end of 67, at the end of 64, I thought that we had covered everything that you were repeating. You agree with that or not? Paul, do you agree with that or not?
That we've covered everything, on the main house. We had just moved to the bungalows.
Okay, let's just go through. I don't think that there's a lot in here until we get up to page 91.
Go through plans.
Yeah, all through the plans. I didn't think that that was the issue. What page are you on there?
Through the elevations. Did you want to stop on any of those? or-
Yeah, probably, yeah. 90, I have 91. Anybody? Speak up. 92, please. '93, please. It's one of the bungalows.
That's the building on the original building on site, the oldest one, 1904.
E.
It was 1972.
94,
1972.
'95, please.
So this is one of the Reginald Johnson buildings here.
96, '97, 98, please. 99, 100, 101, 106,
We added this in for reference of the location of the buildings. And
Oh, you added some drawings that I
Or
didn't
just to
see.
key in, that was one of the feedback questions, was keying in the different buildings together. So we threw these in.
Okay, good, thank
And
you.
these are the enlargements that you've reviewed.
What was 106? At the next page. '106, 107 is what I have, but I don't see any numbers on there. There it is. Questions, comments on any of this? 108,
John, I have a question.
yes, please.
On those courtyards, it appears on the inside, is there a planter area adjacent to the fence all the way around?
Can you be specific which building, Dave?
All of them I'm looking at, if I'm all the courtyards. Appears that the paving's touching the fence, is that right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
It courtyards for each room, when the courtyard comes up to the fence, there's not a planter area, like where the gate is on those fences?
Here, you mean?
Yes,
Yeah, there'd be a planter along here.
but there isn't one shown.
Lines.
It would be provided. That's the intention after we got our comments about having planting on all of the fences.
Okay.
This, just to bring this up,
Is your mic on? I don't hear it. Okay, speak up then, Ken, please.
okay. This took some time to convince the historians, especially Alex. That's why she's kind of chimed in, and it's in the report now. This building here has been relocated from another place down here. So there was never this 3 buildings together. These were kind of the historic Reginald Johnsons that had 2 sides. And when you had 2 buildings together like this, it was never envisioned that you walked between them. There was only one space here where there was more space, but when they were in a pair, you walked to your unit and you went through your unit to get to it. And so in 2000, right, they started bringing this ring around the rosy of all these pathways around all of them. That is a new element here that has created a lot of the public view of these spaces and created all of this dense foliage along all of these elevations here so that you can't see out. And Alex has looked at all those old photos, and she's, it took some time to research that and look at that. But what we're looking at from where we're at now to here, there's a lot of accumulation of things over time.
Can I ask?
And I can point that out on the bigger scale also.
Comments or questions?
Yeah, quick question on K, for instance, the way that unit works, is that 4 separate units, but they could also be rented as one with a shared, or 2 could be using the K center space as a common
Each
area?
one, there's the living room, and then there's a bedroom that's attached. And then, so there's 1, 2, 3, and then 4.
So it could be a 4-bedroom or a 1-bedroom or a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom with a living
Exactly.
shared.
So this particular one, you can enter your own private courtyard and get to that room. So that's your guest experience there.
Yeah.
Same with here, right? This is the one where you come off of the public pathway here, and this is the one that we have the pictures of, right? So that's your public pathway there. Then you come off of that and go into this courtyard for this particular unit that has the through yard. And that's how you're going to start seeing the entire bungalow. That's what happened on J. And then that room is connected to that particular one. So each one of these has been thought as that. And they're currently like that. What they do now is they have a little patio here and then planting around it, a little patio here, planting around it. And then they've kind of have this path that goes through here that if you look at that picture, you really don't get privacy from this side, and you don't get privacy from that side.
But
So
you,
by
but you,
not bringing that public through there, bringing them around here, and through here, and then having direct connections, just like it was historically. And they didn't have pathways between the cottages when there was more space. At some point, there was this idea that, well, gee, we can have the maids go down this one, we can have the public go down this one. And all of a sudden, it turned into a ring around each and every cottage. And it really created this.
but you could also rent just one of those cottage
Yes.
spaces, and then you'd have a private room for
Correct. And
each.
what we're looking at here, this would be the one that we saw the photos of. You have a private archway here that goes into a private patio. This is a back door from the one that's connected there. That's that front elevation we looked at. This is another private patio here. We pulled all this landscaping off so that you can see the building beyond. And same with there. And each one of these has it now. It's been planted so heavily so that as the public went by, you couldn't see out of the room, you couldn't see into the room.
Well, and in fact, what I was trying to say is that if like, for instance, J here, that already has a private yard on the backside, couldn't this be a low wall to help diminish some of the full height, 6 foot everywhere? Or I don't know, if this is a high wall, maybe that's a low wall because it's got a private back over here. So I'm saying maybe there's ways to cut this up. You have some private, some public, some private, some public, and standard room. And I say, I'm talking, 42 visible. Now you're really seeing the cottage. You're going to have landscaping as you extend it. Fine, but maybe it's just a less walled-in city kind of.
Let's try to keep this nice and sharp, please, the comments.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we could look at lowering some of the fences, but quite frankly, looking at those fences in those photographs, that does not remind me of a walled-in city. If it were block or stucco and white and it's 6 feet high, I would agree with that comment. But as a planted wooden fence that matches the planting, I don't see a walled-in city with what you're describing.
Okay, can we, I think we're on 107, am I right? Please, Paul? The red numbers are what I went with.
So we're moving to 109.
Okay, okay, 108, 109, yes, please. 111. Please. Well, speak up if you guys want.
Yeah, I just want to say that, so my apologies. Those were the drawings that I was missing and didn't see. And that was the detail and information that I hadn't seen. So my comments before were regards to that. So thank you for that. And I just want to clarify that. So
What sheet are we on here, Paul? Number?
This is 112.
Okay, I have 13, 14.
This is another example. This is the oldest building on the site here. Here, this one.
10,
These
Okay.
are 3 new ones here.
10, 114, please. Speak up, board members, if you see something. And then I have in ARC set 3, 124. ARC set 3. This is the back of house, so this is over there on the left-hand side. The public doesn't really have that much experience, and it's also got that little moved, yeah, whatever. So I have 124 is how you had it labeled.
Demo.
Okay. Anybody? 126. $126, please. Is there such a thing? Yeah, that's that little guard check, right? Whatever remodeled. The board and bat, if we remember. And 132. And these are all internal?
These are, yeah, this was part of the
Okay.
Ian and Simon set.
Okay, very good. I couldn't figure out where the heck that was.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that that's the whole set of drawings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they're asking for preliminary. I don't know if it's ready. It's the board's decision, of course. And I need to get public comment in here at some point. So if we're gonna, are there any other questions from the board, please? Okay, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on any issue related to the Biltmore, please? Item number 2, 1260 Channel Drive.
No requests.
Okay. Comments, as I said, they're on for preliminary. Would, Dave, let's start with you.
I'm just going to repeat what I've already said. I think most of the architectural detailing and the improvements you're proposing to the buildings, I think, are really well thought out, meticulous, and correlated with the historian. And I appreciate that. My real concern is the courtyards and the green fence, and how I don't feel that that's appropriate for this project. And while you're saying that the fence is concealed, when I look at the plans, the courtyards are going up to the fence. So I have concerns about the level of detailing, and it's just a lot to look at and a lot to understand. But I can't support the project with the green fence at this point and those courtyards the way they're configured now.
Rob, please.
All I'm wondering is on the fences, because I kind of agree with you that they're being buried. I'm just wondering, and Bill seemed to be on to something as to whether if you introduced some lower kind of traditional plaster stucco walls that maybe open up where you could see into some of the courtyards. And then so you had kind of a variety of some areas that are really private, and then there's some semi-private where you have more plaster walls and more of the traditional kind of walls that might be a mid-ground that might be okay with some of the other board members, but I'm generally okay with burying the fences and landscape, because I think for the most part you don't see them, but I think Bill's onto something. You need to open some of it up.
I will go last again. Tip, please.
Yes, I'm in alignment with the comments of two board members, and I just feel that, it's if you can come back with, if you elect to come back with some variations, and perhaps I do agree that you should fence some of them. If you like to do that, I'm not against it. I'm just feel that maybe you shouldn't do all 44 of them. I think you're only 15 now. So come up with a solution that will, beneficial to the public and to the guests, and keep the special characteristic of the hotel, as what John mentioned, 5 big woods,
Yeah.
whatever that was. Here we go. Elegant, romantic, intimate, mysterious, and delightful. And so I don't think it's ready for preliminary approval yet. And one more thing about this, some of the clear stories on some of the buildings.
Transom.
A transom, I don't think that's appropriate solution. And same as adding another side light to the sort of balance element now on 1 or 2 elevation. I think that
Page 38.
that should clean that up a little bit. And that should be it. Thank you.
Robert, please.
I agree, and I really appreciate Mr. Appleton's explanation and presentation, because I was having a hard time figuring out why. But I do agree some variation, as Bill alluded to, would be good. And that, even as an adult, I mean, I got married there and we had fun getting lost. So the mystery is a big part, and I think the lush semi-tropical landscaping is a huge part that's got to be carefully figured out. And I know you want to do it, arm wave it on site, but I'd like more detail in that regard. That's it.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the efforts you've done on both you and Alex, putting it all together in terms of historical preservation of the buildings. I think it's well done. I don't have any problem with the remodel portions. As we discussed, the transom lights over the doors, maybe there's a solution there. I don't know what would it be. I'm still kind of liking the idea of just, giving a little more elbow room as you walk. Maybe walled in city wasn't the right word, Ken, but it might be more of a elbow room and just sort of distance close, kind of undulation of the fencing and the heights. I like the fact that you've got a palette of green, great, and maybe there's one other element instead of the 6 or 8 different versions that are out there. I appreciate you guys coming up with a unifying element. And the only other thing to add too, which I hadn't seen, is if there was a way to help screen that power plant in the back there with a little more landscaping. I don't know if that had been addressed, but I know you don't have anything there, but the neighbors do drive by that gate. And it couldn't hurt to have a little more screening on that back transformer back there. That's all. Thank you.
I also think on page 38, the transoms is very short-sighted. The 3 doors rather than 2 doors on the end elevations, I think that was a very good comment. I have a 30-year-old something or other that has been looking for apartments. And one of the really interesting things is when you find 2 apartments that are right next to each other with a non-auditory break, big, thick, heavy wall that's relatively tall, you hear every word of the next door neighbor. And that's what you're creating in K, L, and M. The backyards, there's no auditory privacy between those groups. There is no romance on those patios. Now, you're not going to get that much more by separating them, but you're going to get at least some illusion where right now, I'm not at all, I think you're actually going backwards in terms of intimacy and privacy. Now, I love the idea of opening up, getting more light. I have no problems. K and L and M joined together, to me, is a deal killer. So I would move for a continuance. I don't know. We gave you guys special privilege to get back here on the next meeting. I don't know if we can do that again. Board members, what do you think? I understand they want to get open. I understand it's a community asset, but I also understand that I'm not sure they got it all done. What do you think?
Oh, if they're wanting to take on the task, I'd be willing to.
It's up to David to schedule them.
No, it's up to us to accept the long agenda.
Oh,
And some of us like to leave early.
I'm okay with it.
What do you want?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so I think you have a lot of work to do.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes,
I
please.
make some comments to you, please?
Yes, quickly, please.
Yeah, and as you related just a moment ago, opening the Biltmore is a critical issue. And at the beginning of these hearings, I explained to the board the various phases that we had. The initial phase 1, which includes most of the main buildings and the central plant, areas that I don't think you have much issue with as we are today, are phase 1 of that opening. The bungalows are phase 2 of that opening, and that is for next spring. I would suggest, Mr. Chair, if you could see your way, if the board could see its way to doing a preliminary approval for everything but the bungalows, so that we can separate those, and I can move on with the building permitting with this, get the construction finished.
Or do you want me to?
And get the facility open for its phase 1 opening.
You want?
So I can start and maybe Kimberly or Henry can start. So we've done this before, but that would require a separate application or.
And a separate permit number, re-noticing.
So be it.
Okay, very good.
Because the phase 1 opening is critical. If we get delayed any further, this won't open this summer.
So this is not this board. This is the legality of how things are permitted. Talk to Henry. We'll see you, it sounds like, in a couple of weeks.
Mr. Chair, was there a second to your continuance?
No, we're not quite at the motion yet, Kimberly. We're getting.
Apologies.
Not a problem. What about the my sense is main buildings without the transom windows and cleaning up the ends on page 38. I think they're basically there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so yeah, I think we could get that.
And central plant,
What?
and central.
Yeah,
plant.
and the plant. But please, details, guys. Actually, it's always seemed like a little dollar short, day late, kind of on your quality of the drawings. They're getting there now. So please take the time to get them completed. Details, details, details.
What Paul suggested, is that an option where we would get preliminary approval today and final on consent would be for W and T, the transom?
We don't have two permit numbers. We have one permit number. We don't have.
We
two
still can go to final on consent and then we can.
You can go
play
to
on the fences.
preliminary final on consent for a new number. Not this number. Talk to Henry, he'll explain it to you. It has to do with the way the accounting in the computer. So it's a continuance today. Are you happy with consent final?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is the board happy with preliminary final if they clean that up on consent?
Bess, I want to bring up one issue. I mean, I understand your timeline, so I'm just a suggestion. It seemed like most of us have problems on the fencing of the cottages. That seemed like the bulk of the issues here.
Agreed.
They're gonna separate that out.
Yeah, so I mean, even on the same number here,
They're gonna separate it out.
let me finish my thought. My thought process, and maybe, if you are willing to delete that from the scope of work at this point, and then if that's removed, then I think we can give you preliminary without that.
We're doing that.
Yeah, but yeah.
We're doing that, okay? So we'll see you later on
I mean, at this meeting,
No, we are not permitted to separate it.
not separated, delete.
No.
Okay.
We'll see you preliminary final next meeting, get your drawings in, talk to Henry about the timeline, et cetera. Is everybody okay with that? What are you doing about Wheelo?
Well, we have a presentation on Wheelo. We can get into that.
I'd like to hear what,
Yeah,
hear where they're going with it, because I think it's a huge issue that could kill
you
them.
need that for the main building? Or is it only for the cottages?
Well, it's for the landscaping we're doing. There is landscaping around the main buildings.
Isn't Wheelo reviewed by planning though anyway?
Yeah, that's not part of.
That's not really
Yeah,
something where,
The question is,
Yeah, it can be. It'll end up being.
you
that
have
way.
an 8% deficit, right?
Correct.
So the planting plan they're showing us doesn't work legally unless they take care of it somehow.
Well, we have revised that plan for today's meeting. We're basically replacing some grass with a less intensive irrigation grass, et cetera, and we got down to 0.43.
So,
Oh, 0.45 or 0.4?
0.43.
So you're
We got
better.
a little bit of buffer.
We're there.
so, but my understanding of the Wheelo and where what my concern is that it's that number you're discussing is part of it. But the issue is you have plants that you're proposing that you want to use again that are either medium or high water use, and they can't be on the list, period. It's
Okay.
like you have to have, it might be 100%, it's at least 80% low water use plants, and you want to use stuff that's higher. So that's why I'm suggesting you do this exemption with that language of the cultural historical significance of this place and go that angle. That's what I've been trying to push and sound like a broken record, because I don't think that
Mr.
you meet the spirit of the ordinance
Mr.
otherwise.
Fowler, would you be willing to take a little bit of your private time and chat with them about this outside of the
course.
context? Okay. So
Glad
make
to help
sure,
if I can.
yeah, so my motion is for a continuance with the applicant to review those items that we've identified. And if you wish to bring it back for preliminary consent for the main building and the back of house buildings, only phase one, we'll see you as soon as you can get on the agenda, get past Henry to his review, and then we'll pick up the bungalows later. How's that? Is that okay? Mark? Floyd?
Oh, Mr. Chair, actually, I'm contemplating that I ask you for a denial. We're getting critical on time frame here.
If you get a denial, you have to go to the planning commission. That's going to take you at least 3 or 4 months. We're willing to give you the preliminary final on consent at the next meeting.
Okay,
You want that or not?
yes.
Okay, so my motion stands. Is there a second, please? Is
Second that motion.
there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're giving you the best shot we can.
And I appreciate that. Please don't interpret that as not an appreciation. I appreciate the efforts you put in today, and we're continuing to work.
Item number 3, 1128 Delzura. We knew this was a long item, which it is. Members of the board, it's now 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, before we get to item number 3, can I just ask for a clarification? So no one made any declarations at the beginning. So there's no one that has to recuse for any of the remaining items on the agenda? Okay, so that's why I'm asking.
Recuse or leave early.
Just that stupid fence because I did the house.
Okay, so he was leaving anyhow. When no one's leaving, okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have to reorder the.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Item number 3, are you here, please? Believe it or not, we'd like you to be brief if we could be. Thank you for your patience on that. Okay. Okay, so yes, please, this is the first time we've seen it. This is on for concept. Is this Christopher?
Yes, it is.
Very good, thank you. Speak into the mic so we can hear you. Yeah, mine,
Let me know when you.
it's been open, so it's.
Okay, sure.
Scale. Those are good.
So greetings, board and chair. This is for concept. I'll be quick and brief. If we can go to site plan, which is page 3, I believe, on your PDF. We're talking about, or you see the existing carport, and next page. And so the grade area, we're basically taking one big room that's in the house and remodeling that, and we're adding a bit of square footage. If you can zoom in, you can kind of see the scope of work. So there's the area of remodel, interior, proposed addition, and I'll show you that on the plans. And then basically we're replacing the carport with a garage. And so if we can go to the plan, existing floor plan. Next page. So kind of the history of the house is.
Next page, we don't, yeah, just what is going on, please?
Yeah, so.
There you go.
So you can see the interior remodel, we're adding 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, but we're pushing the existing wall out. The existing wall is the dash line. We're pushing that out and adding the garage to replace the carport. And you can see that in the elevations, which are the subsequent pages. And so that one on the top towards the right, you see the carport there. And the next page, you'll see the proposed garage. There it is.
Are you done?
That's it.
Questions? Tip,
No questions.
Rob,
Do you have backup space coming out of that garage?
Yes.
Could you,
it's currently a carport.
okay. How do you back out of that?
Well, the furthest car has to back out until it reaches the turnout
Down at the entry?
down at the entry,
okay.
yes.
It's existing. Is that it? Robert,
No questions.
Dave,
Are all the materials, the roof, doors and windows, walls all gonna match existing? Matches, yes.
Bill,
Your light fixture, night sky compliant?
This is concept.
So there's an image of the existing light fixtures on page 2.
Yeah, that's why I ask.
So you see it down near the bottom.
Make
Those
sure-
are all existing on the house and we're just adding view on the side of the garage.
One other
That's it there.
one other question.
Okay.
Is the gate new?
Oh, the gate's existing.
Okay.
Bill, are you done?
Yeah.
And I have none. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 1128 Delzura Drive, please?
No request to speak.
Comments, please. Tip.
Well, I really don't have any comments. I think it's a acceptable proposal as submitted.
Anybody to put it on consent?
Yeah, so I would like to, if no other comments, I would like to move this item to consent for preliminary and final approval.
There in a second to that, please.
I don't think you need a motion.
Okay,
Just for
very
consent,
good. So we'll see you at the consent calendar at the beginning. It's quicker, but we still need all the details, the lighting, the colors, the, energy calcs, whatever it is that it takes, okay?
And engineering too, right? The structural engineering.
No, but it's included if you want.
Yeah.
Make sure that you can get it built the way you have
Does
it.
he need a landscape plan?
I don't think so.
Oh, there's no,
Yeah, he's not doing anything. Okay, so, item number, thank you very much.
and Dave, one thing I noticed on the description here is it saying there's an existing garage. So there's no existing garage.
Please talk to your planner about it.
Yeah, okay.
Contact the planner. Item number 4, 667 Oak Grove Drive. Amy, are you here or somebody else? Amy? Or somebody else for item number 4, 667 Oak Grove Drive?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
That's fine. I reviewed these drawings beforehand, asked her to add a few things, including the notation of the hedge at the bottom, which she's done. So thank you for taking that extra effort.
Sure, no problem. And it is
So-
on our property.
Okay, so please explain the project to us.
Currently, it's a single-story house. We have a attached carport to the house, covered carport. And what they would like to do is turn that carport into habitable living space with a direct entry to the existing residence. That's on page A2.0. And then 10 feet away, they would like to, they're proposing a carport with 3 small storage areas. And the interesting thing about the carport is they would like to add some stained glass window panes, and that's shown on A3.0. And you can see on the top elevations, there's boards, and that's what they would like to do to put those stained glass panes in there. The project, as you can see from the site plan, is well hidden from the road by the existing residents. There's some that you would see, and I was not able to get a picture out there yesterday because of the rains. That was one of the things that you asked for. But if you look at on A1.0, you can see some of the photos of the existing residents. From the street is the top middle, that's from the road, and the bottom middle is looking at the existing carport. There's no grading proposed, and the new carport will go on where the blacktop area is now. We're just gonna continue that on. There's no grading, no landscape proposed on this project. All materials will match the existing residence, and if you go back to A3.0, you'll see a dark line showing on the bottom exterior elevation, you'll see that the carport will not go past the that point of the house in front of it. That's pretty much it.
Questions, Dave?
I'm sorry?
Questions, Dave. Thank you, Amy, for
Okay,
being
no
so.
problem. Trying to make it quick for you guys.
No questions, Bill?
You have backup distance there, you think, for that carport?
I do, and also if you look down on the
site
lower
plan.
portion of the site plan, there are there are some pull-in spaces down there too, right? Right where it says setback. So you pull it, you can pull in. Yeah, we'll make sure that there's plenty of distance to back up out of there.
And what's the space, the 10 foot between the house and the carport going to be? Is that landscaped or paved or what? What's
They're
gonna-
gonna, yeah, they plan on doing like a little courtyard.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Chip, questions?
No questions.
Rob, question?
Are you gonna adjust the driveway, the existing driveway where it hits the corner of the house and then kind of runs, so the paving runs right into the new carport? Are you gonna,
Yeah, I believe.
can
so.
you like move that so there's landscaping around the carport as you come in?
We can definitely look at that. Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Robert?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 667 Oak Grove Drive, please?
No requests.
Okay, comments of same order. Dave, please. And we're on for concept.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable approach and there's no real impacts to the community, so I can support the project as proposed coming back on final for consent.
Bill, please.
We don't need to make a motion on this, do we?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, I would give it a concept approval with the comments that Rob had about moving that, make the driveway line up better with the carport edge and provide whatever description you want between the carport and the house. That's all.
Chip,
No comments.
Rob,
Yeah, and just in the rear where it says existing drive, maybe just if you can this needs a little more grace, fatten out the existing driveway to work with what you're doing. I think it'll be fine.
so I said to the previous applicant, it's quicker, but it's not less thorough. So when you submit for preliminary final, please really provide a full set of information. This is concept, it's great, but there's a difference between this and construction drawings. Please think it all the way through. I'm sure you will, but I'm just encouraging you there.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Item number 5.
So that was for consent.
Preliminary final on consent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. Item number 5, 1671 San Leandro. Is there anybody here, Kevin or somebody else?
Stefan from Jewel Studios. Kevin's here as well.
Greetings, Chair, Board.
We do have a planner memo on this one.
You have what?
A planner memo?
Oh, yes, we do. So let's read that. Okay, so if everybody remembers, this is a project where they kind of did a little backwards and they're playing catch up here. And this had the garage that was way too close to the side road, etc. So we had suggested, come on back, let's take a look at it. And maybe we can give you some kind of additional help here. Per the request of the MBAR, the applicants have revised their proposal for a new garage to request a modification of one setback, and I want to add only one setback, the secondary front setback along Pomar Lane. Pursuant to section whatever, the maximum allowable setback reduction is 20% of this total setback area, and no setback reduction shall result in a front yard setback depth of less than 16.5 as measured from the right-of-way or easement. The applicant is requesting a setback of 16.5 feet from Pomar. The proposed garage will encroach approximately 7% into the entire secondary front setback area. Wasn't there another page? The applicant is asking for positive comments in support of the setback modification if the project is granted approval to proceed for preliminary approval. The project must receive preliminary approval prior to final approval. So, Kevin,
Yes, Stefan here is going to
open up
talk
the
about the
drawings.
sheets.
Yeah, so as you recall, we had originally had the garage placed along the corner of Pomar and San Leandro. And the comments basically was it was awkwardly wedged in that corner. So we've relocated the garage to the proposed area in the back along Pomar Lane.
And it was gonna break 2 setbacks, not 1.
Exactly. So now we're only asking for a modification of the one, as the description showed. If you can scroll down to the proposed plan, further down. Those are the existing elevations. Here's the proposal. So the garage is 395 square feet, 2-car garage, 16.5 feet setback from Pomar Lane. We are also asking for a trash enclosure of 60-inch height walls to align with the existing site walls, slight overhang off of the garage for some covered bike storage, and attached trellis of roughly 265 feet, I believe, and then some subsequent landscaping around it for added screening. The architectural language, you can scroll down, will match the primary residence with integrated stucco. Parapet capping, flashing details will all be exactly the same. We have 2 double doors and a single swing door. Those will be steel to match the language of the home. So in all, it's a small, modest structure, matches the architectural language of the existing residence, which is currently nearing construction. Another one of the comments was we had originally had a frosted glass door. We're going to go with a wood door to match the other garages in the neighborhood, as well as a wooden gate to match. And then below are some details taken from the main house for kind of the visual aesthetics of the property. So that
Are you
is
done, please?
Yes, we're done.
Questions, Rob?
So I'm not understanding, you have a driveway that crosses 2 properties?
Yes, the owners own both the guest house and or it's currently their guest house, but we have a
Zoom out
the
there.
carport does cross 2 property lines, correct?
So is
The owners own both properties.
Is there any, but I mean, if they sell that separate, is there any issues by allowing that?
That would be outside of my knowledge at this moment.
That was all existing when they purchased
Mm-hmm.
the properties.
It's a planning issue, not us.
Okay.
I believe there may be a variance.
I have no other questions.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
Bill, please, questions?
And the reason the garage isn't pushed all the way out of the Pomar setback is because you want to create that little outdoor area there.
Correct. And we also wanted to maintain visual, basically there's a window for the, that's the kids wing right there. And we didn't want to have the garage basically the
butt up against.
Yeah, exactly. So we have 7 feet there. And that's.
And the trash area, is there any planting? Do you have planters in front of the trash area wall there?
There's some rock edging along Pomar Lane, and we would basically keep that and then add where needed so that there'd be some low water planting there.
You could screen it a little bit better than what the elevations show then.
Yeah, there'd be there's ficus hedging all along Pomar. We'd more than likely place some there. And then that small curved area would be a lower density planting.
And the trash enclosure is on the neighboring property and in the setback. Is that right? It kind of spans all of those things.
It's on our property.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's within the 25-foot setback.
though.
Okay, couldn't tell what was property line and what was setback.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's all, thanks.
Dave, please.
Did this property have a garage before, or has it never had a garage?
There was a covered carport that we removed due to it was never permitted, and it was a condition of our original CDP for the main house. So we removed that Spanish tile roof carport, and then we've looked at multiple options of where to place this garage, this being the most ideal.
And does this condition exist elsewhere in the neighborhood? Having a garage right on the street and 2 curb cuts?
Tucked back somewhat like this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tip, questions?
No questions.
I have a house that was built in 1937 that has a very short garage.
Mhm.
And for all intents and purposes, it's worthless with today's cars. And I agree that you meet the minimum size requirements in the ordinance. But I think that that garage is unusable. And I have a hard time wanting to support something that I know is unusable. Therefore, the question is, have you considered increasing the length of that thing so that it's maybe closer to 19 feet or even 20 feet in length?
That is definitely something we could look at, though the current owner is planning to store a specific car there that is a fairly small car. And that is the ideal sizing for it.
Yeah, but is that owner going to own this house in 55 years?
It is their
It's a legacy project, so
legacy
with all
property.
intentions, they hope so.
So my question, thank you for answering the question. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 1671 San Leandro Lane, please?
No request to speak.
Comments, Rob?
It's kind of more in a question. Was the trash enclosure, did planning look at that? Because I think that's in the setback and I didn't think you were allowed to do that.
Planning has looked at that.
They've okayed that? Okay.
Kathleen, are you with us today, please? Kimberly, can they put a trash enclosure that's less than 6 feet high in the setback?
That is correct. An unroofed trash enclosure with walls that are no taller than 6 feet can be located in the setback.
Thank you.
And they said 60 inches or, yeah. Robert, comments?
I think, I thought the minimum garage length was, I don't know what it is, but it does look very tight. And
This meets the minimum, but it's antiquated. So what's your comment,
I
please?
think you could pull it, if this drawing is facing north up, you could pull it south a couple feet and probably be happier.
North is to the right.
North is to the right, down the sheet. That's it.
Bill, please, comments.
Yeah, I think I could support this mainly because, well, I would say there's very little space for a garage to go. And I understand them, if they pull it forward, it blocks the views of the bedrooms there to the north of it. So I think I can support it as it is proposed here. And I think in terms of the length, it's a carport, right? So the
It's a covered garage with a door.
Covered garage. Okay, well, I
It's very-
appreciate you providing a covered space for cars. That's it. Thanks.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't support a project like this where the garage is right on the street, and especially encroaching in the setback. But I also acknowledge the existing constraints of this corner lot property, the setbacks and the existing house that's there, and the fact that you had to remove the carport previously. So for those reasons, I can support the project, but the only detail on this garage is the garage door. So when you come back, I would need to see detailing for that and that it really is commensurate to the house and looks good.
Yep, comments, please.
Yes, I can support the modification to the setback for the garage.
And I tend to think much longer. You know, people say their legacy and then all of a sudden somebody has something, they have to move out of town or something. So if we're going to get something built, let's get it usable. Otherwise it turns into a guaranteed storage room rather than a probable storage room. So Kimberly, it looks to me that they are taking their setback measurements to the roof, not to the wall. And they take their setback measurements to the wall or to the roof, please?
Yes, they can take their setback measurement to the wall. They get a 3-foot overhang.
Right. So Kevin and group, I think you can expand that to the west a little tiny bit, grab a few inches, maybe to the east a few inches. So you are on for concept. I don't see that we can do anything more at this point. But I'm generally supportive, but I think that garage actually needs to be usable in the longer term, please.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Okay, item number 6.
So-
Thank you, board, for, yes.
Is that for
Kevin?
preliminary or?
No, we don't, it's not, it's fun for concept. We can't do anything.
No, I'm saying to come back for.
Yeah, preliminary.
Yeah.
And final?
I don't think they can
Well,
get
only
final until they
preliminary
get,
before I had to go to the planning.
right. You have to go? Okay. Be good, buddy. So item number 6. And thank you, everybody, for being so sharp today. Item number 6, 665 Picacho Lane. We did have a site meeting today. We have a public comment letter. We had some concerns about the FAR. They revised that. So I think we understand the project, so please don't spend an overly long amount of time. And we'll reveal it during questions. Is that okay?
Just a quick question, Kent, did you provide any new stuff since?
No, press the button. There you go.
There, it has to be red. Yeah, we sent over a new revised elevation of that east side. I don't know if Veronica saw
Veronica,
that
did you get it in? Did you get anything from her?
here.
Dave?
We have a print I brought with me just in case, but I don't know how that works.
It was about the landscaping on the east side.
Yes.
So is it a site plan or a landscape plan?
It's an elevation of showing the existing trees and the new proposed additional trees from what we have submitted in the plan right now.
Kimberly, can you call or something Veronica to see if we got it or not?
I will do that right now.
Thank you. So let's just go ahead and we'll see if we can get this pulled up later.
Okay. I'm Kent Mixon, architect, and
Cameron Hunt with CJMLA Landscape Architecture.
And we'll just basically since you guys are really familiar with this, we can just hit the comments that you guys made last time. If you go to like probably page 3 and zoom in on those photos, for this particular site, or for this submittal, we actually, those vertical pictures on the left are pictures that we added from the roof of the second floor. And you can see what you can see from the various vantage points kind of in a 360 element there. Cameron is going to address our changes to that hedge and additional planting in his presentation. But you can see we peek over at the gable there, but there's really no view into their backyard at all. And you can see a small portion of the motor court as it stands right now. The other thing that you guys had asked for were the footprints of the existing structure. So if you go to actually page 6, the site plans, and we kind of reviewed this in the site today, you can see ours, this is the existing site that shows our house in the gray, and then the house that's under construction to the west there at 669, and the house to our east there at 661, I think it is, or 663 maybe. I can't read that with my glasses off. But so you can see the garage that's coming out, the shed structure that's coming out, those things are in the setbacks. And then there's a small shed down by the water well at the bottom of the property that's coming out as well. If you go to the next sheet, So this shows the revised site. Our new garage is pulled back from out of the, or that looks like the old one still.
Yeah, keep going.
But the existing garage and the new garage will be pulled out of the front yard setback. It's pulled away from the property line more to allow for the fire access down that east side. And I think at the closest part of that garage, it's like 20, well, I don't have it with me right now. I don't know if it's dimensioned on that. I know the second story is set back like 32 feet from that eastern property line. And then you can see the site, the site sections that we will go to here in a minute. There's the A that goes through the 669 property, through their ADU, the main house and their pool, and then our meadow. And then there's a couple of traversing sections that go through their property and through us and the eastern neighbor and through their pool and the eastern neighbor. As you saw today, their pool is about 16 feet above our meadow area. And the house pad is probably about 11 feet, I think, above where our grade is at our main house. If you go to the next. That's the fire, showing the fire access and the hose pools to our, we're right at the 200 feet where we're stopping the fire truck now on that eastern access lane. That's usually the footage that they want to see to help contain the fire, any fire. And we also, and Cameron will speak about this more in their site planning, but from the previous design that you guys saw the first time, we've relocated that pool cabana. It used to be kind of along that access line on the eastern side of the pool. And we've now pulled it down from out right in front of the house, and centered it more kind of on that, our covered patio terrace up above. And it allows us to kind of lower it a little bit and kind of hunker it in to the site. We wanted to be able to see over it more from our, and not be right in front of our living space from up above. And then also we relocated the sports court, and kind of shuffled some things based on conversations and requests that we've been having with the neighbor to the west, 669, which we'll continue to have those conversations with landscaping with them as we move forward to more specifics. And we've reached out to the people on the eastern side a couple times, and I just heard from my client today that we are going to meet with them tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to go through all the plans with them. Next. This just kind of shows the overlay of the houses. You can see the house, the large house on Hot Springs that we saw from the meadow there included. And then you can see a little bit more of the house that's above the 669 property at Picacho as well. And then our neighbor to the south is also. Next. So these are the site sections. That first one is through 669, our western neighbor. It shows their ADU, their main house, which is basically all 2 stories with the second story deck that faces out towards the south along that whole southern edge. And then their pool, cabana and pool, and then that 16-foot slump off to our meadow space. The next one shows a traverse. You can see kind of the relationship and massing of that house to the west in relationship to ours. At that point, it's, I think, 11 feet. I can't read that dimension, but I think that's 11 feet elevation height, if I recall correctly. And then our house, neighbor to the east of us. So it's slightly lower. It's only a couple feet, probably lower, 2 or 3 feet lower than our property. That's through the 669 western neighbor pool and kind of through our middle of our yard between the space of where our pool and the house is currently. And then this goes through our motor court from the lane going north-south. You can see the second story addition, our existing mass of the house, the new garage. And then that's overlaying, it's kind of messy down there below, but that's showing the existing pool in relationship to the new pool in front of the cabana down there. And then this is through the fire lane looking west from the eastern property line. So that's kind of the site sections, and you can see the relationships that we have and the proportions in relationships, especially to our western neighbor. The next thing you guys had were the FAR sizes, and I think it's on that's sheet 4, so it's going to be up. Yeah. Yes.
He's green, right down there, middle, and everything that's red is over 100%. Everything that's white is 100% or less.
Actually, 99 or less.
99 or less, apologies. So can you kind of so that people can really look at it, can you zoom in at sort of at the top? Give us a minute or so just to look through those. And
Did this one get updated?
no,
Oh, that one didn't
that's
either.
not the new sheet.
I gave her that yesterday too, so.
Oh, that's the new, is that the, I think that's the new sheet.
Yeah, that one on the right. Yeah, that
Okay,
one.
that's the
show.
new sheet. So it's got the FARs. Okay. So there are some, and you're at 135, right?
We are 125.
125. So, yeah,
And I make a note there that the house to the west of us is 107. The lane is their property. Oh,
the rules are the rules. Okay. And down to the bottom, and then off to the east, which is the right. And then don't look at the numbers and then go up, please. Okay. So, and then zoom out. So Ken, would you agree with this comment that there are some properties that are at your size or larger, but certainly not a majority? And there are a lot of properties that are still at or below 100.
what was the question? I'm sorry.
Would you agree that there are some properties that are at or above your size, and there are probably more that are at or below?
Yeah, graphically, yes, that'd be the case.
And just so that everybody remembers, I can find that.
While you're doing that, John, Kent, your square footages too, does that include the basement under the pool cabana?
No.
Okay. Does include the pool cabana though.
Pool
The
cabana is in
garage.
there, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's from the existing mass of the house, there's the existing or the new dining space, which is under an existing covered terrace of the back terrace now that you guys might have noticed today. That's the terrace is getting smaller, but we've added the dining room underneath that. There's also a sunroom off of the primary residence that's a covered porch now that we're enclosing. And then there's a mud room to the east that's being enclosed as well. And that accounts for probably about 560 something square feet, I believe, if I remember right.
A good portion of what you're adding in your square footage is already under a roof.
In terms of how
enclosing
the
it
mass
now.
is perceived, yes, it's not really affecting the existing mass of the building other than the additions, obviously, that we've added.
In certain neighborhoods, the recommended maximum size of the FAR may not reflect the appropriate level of the development. In those cases, neighborhood compatibility shall be the determining factor. So that's the exact language in the guidelines. Okay, just as a point of reference. Okay, are you done, Ken?
Yeah, I mean, this was the next elevation was what I wanted to talk
sorry.
about. So
Yep.
this is obviously the landscape, but as we talked about on the site today, we've changed that elevation with the stepping with the roof and with the widths, we played with that. So it undulates that face a little bit, or it steps that face a couple, 2 or 3 feet. And then we extended the porch over that mudroom area, which helps to kind of engage that second floor a little bit better, as well as the front portion, and continued that garage roof over that breezeway space. And then also we lowered the plate on that second floor, I believe, from what we previous had presented in the last month or last time we were here as well. But I can let Cameron kind of address the landscape side of things.
Sure, we can jump ahead to page 26. It gives a good synopsis of everything in the landscape.
Is that elevation that you were hoping for?
Correct.
That is.
Okay, so we got it, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I'm good.
So some changes and updates, revisions since the last time the board reviewed the plans. CJMLA is now working, the landscape architect is now working on the project. The cabana, as Kent mentioned, is now located on the south side of the pool. We now have a private lap pool as well on the west side of the house near the master bedroom. And so we've created sort of a master garden in that area. Some of the larger site programming locations have been refined or reconfigured, including comments from the last review about restudying the amount of lawn areas and sport courts. And so items such as the basketball court, the bocce, the play lawns, overhead trellises, and pedestrian circulation have been reconsidered and reconfigured in our coordination with the client, and just looking at how that all fits together on the site and trying to have a good balance with everything. We've incorporated a meandering walking / jog path and a circuit through the property. And so that includes some of the meandering walkways as well as some of the straight path connections as well. And again, in the interest of time, I'm happy to go dive deeper into any of these areas and talk about the individual spaces, but I'm going to just try and keep a high level in the interest of time. We have also included tree disposition plan and arborist report for the removals that we have, as well as a preliminary plant palette. And then looking at the site, just generally, I'll give a quick overview from the north. We have our rival motor court, and there's an existing hobby room on the northwest upper left corner. And so we've added an outdoor terrace space there. Moving towards the west, where we see that pool on the west side of the house, we have a master garden there. So it's a private lap pool. We've created some hedging around the southwest corner of the building as well to kind of keep that area private from the main central areas on the south of the property. The east side of the property, we've talked about that a bit. There's on site, there's the fire lane. We have existing screening throughout almost the entire property in the perimeter. On this property, all of the existing hedging is pretty much throughout the entire property. There's a couple of slim areas where we will be adding some hedging. We can talk about that, but almost the entire perimeter is already thoroughly screened by existing plant material. Down on the kind of south of the residence is kind of this, what I'm calling the central garden. We have a large play lawn there just south of the building. And so we have some terracing that's happening as we're doing a lot of grade change throughout the property and trying to keep everything, 30 inches or less. So we're not having guardrail requirements and trying to keep everything stone, natural materials, DG, stone, decorative gravel. And moving down through that space, we also have a vegetable garden just west of that primary lawn, kind of a shaded grove space there with a water feature just west of the pool. Primary space just north of the cabana, we have the main pool spa, overhead trellis just west of the pool there is kind of shaded in there, as well as another one on the east of the cabana for an outdoor dining terrace. And if you look just east of the pool, there's also a little fire pit area, and that has a kind of beautiful mountain views. If you look just northeast there's a little peek through. And then moving down, see kind of the southern garden, I'll call it. We have a basketball court in the southeast corner, a small play lawn that also provides access to the south side of the cabana lower level there by a series of stairs, whether from the pool or from the south side lawn, you can get into the lower level of the cabana. kind of a transition space there just west of that lower lawn, about an 80-foot bocce court and some seating areas, the shading seating areas there as well. And then that meandering jog walk path is kind of moving you up to the upper terraces there as you go further west. And again, as we saw this morning, there's about 10 feet of elevation change, which is hard to perceive when you're standing there. But when you start to put linear elements like a bocce court or something flat, you really get a sense of how much grade change you're having there. So that's why you see a series of north-south kind of retaining elements that are throughout the site there as you're moving west into the upper seating overlook, which was a moment to kind of have a view east of the property through that corridor and through the meadow, terminating at a small water feature and an orchard element at the far west of the property in that lower area. Obviously, we're wanting to be some of the major design objectives, aside from, what our client has shared with us in terms of how they'd like to use the property and fitting a lot of this programming in, is of course being cognizant of screening between the properties, embracing and preserving views out to the ocean as well, and being considerate of neighboring views as well. And so a lot of the existing hedge materials I've mentioned is doing a great job at that. So I don't think we're really looking at proposing a ton of new hedge material. I think maybe along the south edge where we have existing hedging that's on the neighboring property, we might consider another layer on the south edge just in case something happens to that. We'll still have that screening, but I think what's happening along the south side of the neighboring property to the west is doing a great job. There's SZGM that's just growing great there. And so we'd like to keep that in play and keep that at a height that's comparable for both properties and help that to thicken up. So I think any of the hedge infill that we're looking would be just kind of adding, if we're seeing gaps there anywhere, or there's any improvements that, would benefit from some additional screening of hedge material. I'm happy to answer more about that if there's questions. And let's see, anything else I can talk about here? Yeah, and I think just noting on the neighboring property to the west, Kent had mentioned a 16-foot elevation change from the pool deck to the existing property to our lot to the south. But I also wanted to mention, because we're making some of these level terraced areas for the bocce court and such, I think we actually gain a little bit more elevation change. And so I think if they're about 342 at the pool deck up there, we've got trees planted down at 320 to 322. So I think we have about 20 to 25 feet of elevation change for some of these trees that we're still studying and coordinating with the neighbors about. So just wanted to give that context, and we're here to answer questions. And again,
I go to that elevation.
oh, the elevation, east elevation. Yeah, if we could take a look at that supplemental elevation, that would be great.
It was the new one that just showed up today.
I think we looked at that, yeah.
Okay, he didn't talk about.
Yeah, I
the
just
new
wanted to
one.
give it,
Yeah.
just for context, what we're looking at shaded in the lower portion is the existing hedge, which, has the capacity to grow quite large. It's a mix of materials, but primarily SZGM. And right now that's being shown at 12-foot height. The existing liquid amber is shown, the tall one to the left, and is on our property, and the existing oak tree and cedar, which are kind of shaded very light on the east end or on the neighboring property, but just beyond the hedge. So those are there kind of holding that context. And then we're showing 3 new upright trees here against that east elevation.
Where we previously had the one.
Yeah, where previously we had just the one kind of towards the corner. Now we've looked at something more narrow and upright instead of wide and spreading to kind of help that second story.
In that hedge, the existing hedge, we measured it today when we were out there. It was 9 to 10 feet average. So we're showing it higher, allowing it to grow.
This is shown at 12. I mean, I think it has the capacity to go quite larger than that, but I think this is just showing that we could continue to study growing that even taller. And
Are you completed now, please?
Yes.
Questions, Bill?
Are those trees against the building or against the hedge?
Against the building, the 3.
Okay. What's your pool cabana height? Height of the pool cabana plate, the plate height, actually.
I don't recall offhand. I think it's 9 foot plate. Yes, as I recall.
And then, and I think I already got the answers for the,
If it doesn't.
for the, basement square footage. So, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Dave, questions, please.
What trees are gonna be removed?
We could turn,
Plan.
yeah, so we have, I just bring up my list. If we go
Like
back to
fourth.
22, I think it was.
Fourth from the end.
Page 22, I believe it was, or,
There you go.
yeah, so we have, two arbutus. Bringing up my totals here. Yeah, there's two, essentially there's primarily that's happening down around the pool area, around the existing pool area. So we have two arbutus to be removed, two jacaranda mimosifolia, and then we have two Platanus hispanica that are kind of down on the southern area there. So you see the bold X symbols. There's the 6 right there.
No
Kind of.
oak trees or specimen trees?
No.
Okay. And what's the amount of grading that you're proposing?
We don't have that figured out yet. We were waiting to get to this next level and we've engaged this civil engineer, but did you guys do any preliminary calcs?
No, we don't have prelim calcs. Landscape.
Okay.
See in the site sections, kind of the relationship to the existing grade. It's not great. We're leveling out some areas, but it's not, shouldn't be huge numbers.
Okay. And you've already answered the hedge highs. Thanks for doing that.
Are you done, Dave? Yes. Robert, please.
Maybe more of a planning question. Are you sure you can have the basketball and bocce in this setback?
That has not been raised by our planning in the letter anyway.
18 inches or above, right? Or below?
No.
Kimberly?
The bocce ball court and the tennis court will need, or basketball court, excuse me, will need to be outside of the front and side yard setback.
I think they are out of the side.
But
Not the
they're,
side.
They're
it's
in the rear.
okay in where they're at.
Yeah, we're out of this.
Well,
They're out of the side.
Side yard setback 10 feet or something?
Yeah.
okay. No more questions.
Rear yard too?
Rear yard, apparently not. Rob, please.
What's going on the upper right-hand side? I guess I say that about the garage, over on the upper right where the garage is, and can there be more landscaping introduced into there?
Can we shift to page 26, please?
There's some reason why it's all paved like that?
We are,
I know there's a fire access there, but the whole throat of it's really wide.
Yeah, and that, your plan doesn't show, I
Right.
think on our plan, it shows a planter and there's like a walkway between that little bump out on the front of the garage into that gate that goes into the motor court. On our site plan, there is another planter outside of that, and I think we actually showed some planting and trees in there.
Okay.
But yeah, the
I-
intention is to fill in that.
And then the same with the motor court. It looks like potentially, but I don't know, maybe there can be a little more landscape kind of put in there or fattened up or something as a question.
yeah, we can continue to study that. Absolutely.
If you need the paving, if you need it for backup space, it just looks like a lot of paving, you might be able to grab a little bit of landscaping.
Yeah, we'll definitely be studying that.
Other than that, no questions.
Bill has a follow-up.
On the west side there by your private lap pool, there you have what looks like existing trees kind of in an LA. And then there's a site wall or something? Is that,
Correct.
you have room or is the wall new and do you have room for all that?
Correct. That's an existing condition. If you look on the west side of the pool, you'll see a row of magnolias that terminate on the south to a very large canopy of olive. And those magnolias are actually raised way up in the air behind an existing retaining wall, stone retaining wall. So they're actually up and above, and they're doing a great job helping screen both properties.
That's all existing then?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
I'm jumping ahead here from the public comment letter, which I will read, but genetic height of the hedges along the long finger that runs east and west, the south of your neighbor. Is there a genetic height limit to those hedges? Or are those going to go to 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet? Please.
Yeah, so the I think that hedge is primarily composed of the Syzygium paniculatum. And I think there's varying ideas about how tall that can get, but I think it's clearly can get up to 20 feet, I think is common. And I'm getting a arrow up that even more. I think we've seen them a lot more, but in terms of research, I mean, definitely up to 20 and up.
Okay, you have two pools, which raises an interesting question with Wheelo with a plant factor of 1. Have you thought about that?
Sorry, could you
Two pools,
Right.
plant factor of 1, Wheelo. Have you thought about that?
I'm not understanding the question.
The plant factor in the Wheelo calculations for a swimming pool is 1,
Right.
which.
Yeah, in terms of Wheelo calculation.
Yeah, have
Yeah.
you thought about that?
Well, yes, we always consider the Wheelo calculations when we're doing the project, and we always seem to call our estimated water use seems to always fall way below our maximum allowable. So I'm not too concerned at this point in concept.
And the pool equipment on that pool, please. Where is that? It's awfully close to the west property.
Correct. And I think locating any pool equipment in that area would be inadvisable for client. And I think we're looking at areas north of the existing hobby room where we have some storage tanks and some room outside of the setbacks to locate some pool equipment up there.
Yeah,
There's a small white triangle
Yeah,
right there.
there's
Okay.
there's an area that's all fenced up there that's utility tanks and so forth from the water well and so forth.
Okay, sports court in terms of noise. Can we see a Google Earth or a Google Maps or something or some other?
You can tell us that my site plan also shows, I don't know how far you want to see, but that also showed some of the surrounding properties.
Well, I just want to. So this is 665 Picacho.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in a little bit? So, noise is my concern here. And does that make the most sense for noise right over there? Or it may be midpoint on that long strip? If you thought about, the question is, have you thought of alternate locations for the sports court?
Yes, we have we've given that a lot of thought. And I think at one point we were looking at having that at the far west end, giving a reason to kind of go that way, but we wanted to be sensitive to that use, the adjacent neighbor to the northwest and the west. And yeah, we had considered putting the sports court in other locations, but felt that it really bifurcated that space and that experience and trying to really create a linear garden experience and jogging walk path through there. And I felt like the court really felt like it terminated that experience and it wanted to be at one end or the other.
Public comment, we have a public comment letter. I can summarize it if you guys want. And basically it's from William Hefner, who's the architect on the project directly north of the long expansion. Generally supportive, except they're concerned about the landscaping along his south property line and the north property line of that long, whatever you want to call that, bowling alley that you guys have there. And so that's the public comment from him. And is there anyone else that would like to address the board, please?
No additional speakers.
Okay, we're on for concept today. Go back to the same order, Bill.
Yeah, you know,
Address the FAR on one.
yeah, that's the first thing I was going to talk about. I certainly recognize that the neighborhood has larger and smaller. And there's two right adjacent to this property that are larger. I think the fact that you're enclosing some areas that are existing already certainly is good in my mind. I believe I could support the FAR as it sits at 125. I know others may not feel so, but I'm okay with it. I think I'm generally fine with what you're proposing. I like the fact that you've made an effort to try and screen that east side for the neighbor. I also at the site realized that that neighbor is quite a bit lower. That hedge is quite high for them, and I'm not sure that they're going to have any concern. And it didn't look like you had a lot of windows on that side to be looking into their yard. So I think I'm okay with that addition. And I don't have any problem with the rest of the site development that you're proposing. So I could give it concept approval at this point.
Okay, Dave, please, comments?
I agree with Bill on the FAR and the site planning, and I think it was helpful to go to the site today. I think the second story is relatively modest, and I did have concerns about it being screened from the neighbor just because the neighbor's a little lower and looks up at it. But I think with the additional trees that you're proposing, I did want our landscape architect to weigh in that those trees can fit there and in that relatively narrow spot because it is the fire access. But if they can do what you're showing on the elevations, that takes care of my concerns. And then the other concern was the perimeter screening. And if you have a 12-foot hedge existing or proposed around the entire property, then I can support the project moving forward.
Robert, comments, please?
I support the project. I think it's ready for conceptual.
Rob? Rob?
If you're probably familiar with Beatrix Farrand, landscape architect that died in the late, I think, 1959. So she's from the East Coast, but that projection you guys did reminded me of some stuff I've seen with her. So in terms of detailing, maybe you take a look as you develop this of what some of the stuff she did. But anyways, I think your hardscape, everything is really well put together and laid out. I mean, the whole circulation is real. I mean, I think you guys did a great job, and everything works really well in terms of function and the way you circulate around the property. So I really support the project. It's really nice. I don't know if you're proposing to do more Eugenia down on the south, the south part of the property. I maybe stay away from that. As you know, Courtney, that gets super tall eventually. So there's probably some better hedge choices that you won't have to fight down the way. But what the neighbors have that's existing, I mean, that'll be actually their problem to kind of keep that in control. But anyways, I think you folks have done a really nice job, and I would approve this readily.
I think that the pool equipment needs to be carefully thought about so we keep the noise away from everybody. That's really what the issue is here. Of everything on here, that sports court, it looks like a sore thumb. And I have seen in lesser financially qualified people that they use their front driveway for the sports court. And I'm wondering if there's a way to do something to take that remarkable area down there, and rather than adding more hardscape to the property, find something else and figure out a way to get the basketball court out of that area. There's nobody to the north because of the street. There's nobody to the east because of the garage. There's nobody to the west because there's no building there. So you've got no noise issues. And so it's really basically where do you put a hoop? So anyway, please think about it. And then that lower area becomes something rather than, you don't want it to divide the space, but all of a sudden you have something even better, I think. FAR, I'm probably the toughest one on the board. I would love to see you really try to Monjaro the project. It's a new adverb. It's just like Google became a verb. Monjaro, I'm turning into a verb. So reduction of this and that. If there's a way to Monjaro this project a little bit, I would personally prefer that. I think that it makes more sense. It sounds like you have support from the rest of the board, though. Okay, and I don't want to see this at consent, maybe later, but there's far too much here to do for consent for just to take it to the next level. Okay, so it would be back for preliminary. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I thank you all. Item number 7, 995 Lilac Drive. If everybody remembers, we've seen this. This is a project that has a fence that was not built with benefit of permit, and they're asking us to permit it. Are you out of here?
I'm not here.
Okay, so Kimberly,
Yes.
Chip is gone about 30 minutes ago, and Robert is gone for the rest of the day. Okay?
Thank
We're
you.
down to 4.
We take a break?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. How's that? Okay, we're back. Item number 7, 995 Lilac Drive. Daryl, are you here? I think I saw Eric somewhere on the TV screen.
It's Paige Mascari from Becker Studios and Derek from Arcadia Studios.
Okay, so no architect because it's a whole thing. Okay. So you guys presented a plan. We had a bunch, let me read the comments because MBR expressed strong concerns over the adequacy of landscape proposed within the right-of-way to hide the 8-foot tall fence. Review project with transportation roads division. Majority board could potentially support the 8-foot wood fence height provided a landscape plan acceptable to the MBAR and roads division is divided. So Paige or Derek, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So as you just mentioned, we were back here in October last year, and we've spent the last few months revising our plans based on our conversations with roads, as well as with our planner, Tatiana. And we've finally come to an agreement that everybody feels good about, and we're excited to move forward. Derek, you can present the landscape.
Okay, I'll just say that before I get into the planting and stuff, we had we had a series of meetings with roads, and they brought up a bunch of conditions for us. They finally approved our layout of the path. They said we didn't need a path along Romero. They asked that all planting be under 18 inches along the right of way. And they requested that a fence along Romero that was actually constructed prior to when we redid the fence get moved out of the right of way and along the property line. In addition, I guess you can go to the landscape plan, it's L1. This doesn't even look like our job. Oh, there it is. Keep going. Oh, that's it. No, that one right there. So they asked that we make sure that we remove any large stones from the right of way. And then between the driveways, there's a sort of an entry and exit driveway along Lilac. You guys can see. There was a previous owner had constructed a stone drainage swale through there. And we had just presumed that they weren't going to require us to show a path there, but they came back and asked for that as well. So we have worked with a civil engineer to develop a piping plan. We've designed a path that goes through there now and has 2 traffic grates over each end of where the collection occurs and then gets transferred further downstream. So in regard to the planting, we have a continuous ligustrum hedge along the face of the fence now. And we have 3 low ground covers, which you can see in the table at the bottom of the page, listing the height. And that's where we are. So they're all happy. Our client's happy. Now, I'm hoping you guys are going to be happy.
So is that it, Derek?
That's it.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. Okay, item number 7, Dave, questions, please.
No questions.
Rob, please.
Eric, what's the star shaped?
No, the other way, yeah.
Eric, what's the medallion paving with the star? What's the purpose?
I can't hear him if he's asking a question.
Am I registering?
Can you hear me, Derek?
Yes,
You're hearing me now.
better.
Get close to the mic.
What is the purpose of the medallion paving?
What is the purpose of what?
What is the purpose of the medallion, of the paved area that's kind of as you round the corner towards the garage? At first, I thought that was
I'm sorry, but I really can't hear you, Rob.
It's out of scope. We're just looking at the perimeter.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind. No questions.
Bill, questions?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to comment on item number 7, 995 Lilac Drive, please? Okay, there is nobody, so we are on for comments. We are on for concept. Dave,
I can support the project given that they've addressed our concerns.
Rob,
I'm fine with what's being proposed.
oh, much better.
Yeah.
Bill,
Yeah,
Can we grant them final
no, we can't do anything.
further concept? Okay, I'll grant. Yeah, I'm okay with further concept.
Derek, I see no reason on earth that we should reward people for building projects without doing it in the proper way. And it's 8 feet and it's not even, I don't think you're even at the property line, right? You're in front of the property line?
no, I believe we're at the property line.
You're at the property line, even so, 8 feet. So I think you've done a good job given, what has happened, but I see no reason to want to do this. So I'm going to vote against this when it happens. It sounds like you have 3 votes for it. And we can't vote today because it's not agendized. And I just want to caution you, the membership of this board varies and it depends on who's in the board when you actually get on for preliminary, et cetera. So that may change. Now, does this go to the planning commission? Because it's over 8 feet, Kimberly?
Hi, this is Tatiana, the planner. Yes, this is going to planning commission. All CUPs, regardless of what it's for, they need to go to planning commission. So your comments today would be, I guess, recommendations, and then we will come back after going to the commission, come back to BAR after that.
So essentially it would go to the planning commission when the MBAR is okay with it coming back for prelim, essentially.
with positive comments. So with one of the members that is favorable to the project, you want to put together a little bit of a statement to the planning commission?
I'll make an attempt. I'll approve this, with positive comments.
We are
Positive
supportive of
We're-
this project because,
Hey, yes, thank you. We are supportive of this project because it is going to be well landscaped from the street. They have worked extensively with the roads department in developing a plan that was acceptable to them. And I believe the screening will help screen back the tall 8-foot fence.
anybody want to add to that? And I'd
that-
like,
And that they've integrated in the pathways, the pedestrian pathways.
okay, excellent. Did you get all that, Kimberly?
I did, thank you.
Okay, and one dissenting vote or something, please, on that.
Correct.
As the Supreme Court has dissenting something or other. Thank you, guys. You're off to seeing the planning commission. Item number 8.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item number 8, 1270 Pepper Lane. We had a site visit today for that. Is there somebody here? for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
My name is James Gonzalez with EBTA Architects, and I believe we also have Cher Beal, the owner, and Amat Tajudin.
Okay. Excellent. So we saw the project. I don't know that we need to go over it extensively, but is there anything that might have arisen to you folks since our site visit that you wanted to present to us, please?
I think to address previous comments that were made, we have provided additional information to some of the comments, namely being that there were comments asking for additional photos of the rear property. And then there was concerns about reflectivity of the conservatory, which we've noted that the glass needs to be non-reflective. And then additional information was added to the landscape drawings.
Okay. Anything else? Members
So,
of the-
oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's your turn.
Oh, yes. So, yes, I think the one item that we are focusing our discussion today on is going to be the garage.
And that's something
Yes, that's
you've done
correct.
today, right, James?
Yes, that's correct.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, excellent. So, questions? Dave,
I don't have any questions.
Rob,
So there's a whole new pool in Cabana proposed too that we didn't look at. We didn't go back there. Take it.
Oh, that was part of the submittal, initial submittal.
Okay.
yeah, and we were okay with that.
Yeah, you
The
were
problem
okay
we
with all
had
of that.
was,
Just the, okay.
Yeah.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Robert is not here. Bill,
Yes, on your garage, the cupola proportion, and I'm just questioning that, which we can talk about later, but did you also look at the idea of doing a tandem parking? Was there any reason? Because you have more than enough car spaces on the property. You have 3, 4, 5, 3 covered and 2 open. And this is just kind of an extra garage. Did you look at the idea of tandem parking versus?
We have not looked at that. Tandem parking would be somewhat linear. And as far as the grades go, this rectilinear form works better, wider than deeper in its proposed location.
Okay, that was all.
If I were to say that I'm not convinced that this is the best location and that there are probably other locations, for instance, exactly on the opposite side of the driveway, to the east of the driveway, not to the west. I heard a passionate plea today not to ruin the view from the living room space out into this area, but there are already a series of small detached structures on the other side. Would you be available to consider other options rather than opening another large area off that Pepper Lane to solve this problem and to give the client what they want? That's the
Yes.
question.
James,
yes.
James,
So
maybe you can address this more, but I know that there's a lot to do with the drip line of the trees. And that one area does not allow it, because we did explore those with Share.
yes, that is correct. We did explore that option, just the exact one that you proposed right now. And given the two large oak trees that are on that side, we had concerns and issues with putting the building in that location.
Are you aware that the planning department and this board does look favorably on projects that do not impinge more than 20% of the drip line?
Yes, that is correct. We
So
understand that.
are you proposing to break in more than 20% on the other side then, please?
The other
Or do
side,
you-
it would be considerable. You can even see the dashed lines there, right, James?
Yes, yes, those large circles are the drip lines of those two oak trees.
Looks like you're already impinging on a fairly large oak tree.
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Your mic isn't on.
Oh, thank you, guys. Okay, very good. That's the end of my questions. And I think one of the issues on visibility has to do with the fact that it's a comparatively tall roof and it's a gable as opposed to a hip where there are at least some, if not, it looks like almost everything else is a hip. Have you considered a significantly lower hipped roof and exactly match the architectural detailing so it looks like it was there originally? Please. If you would,
Yes,
and
yes.
why did you reject that, please?
And can we look at that elevation?
Sure.
Yeah, that should be, I believe, page 29. Oh, go up one page. There you go. Yes, we did study lower pitches as well as hip roofs. And when we compared that to the existing, the structure was too similar to those. And that wasn't our intent with this one building. We had spoken to the historian and they had wanted us to present the buildings to be somewhat different from the original structure. And given this one, we are setting it kind of down in that lower elevation area. We, in discussion with the owner, we proposed that we change the style of this one just slightly within the realm of the original style of architecture, just so that we kind of differed this building from the original design of the existing house.
Actually, I have one question.
I have one more and then let me do it. Can we go back to the site plan, please, David? I want to take a look at another location. What I heard the passion was about is please don't interrupt my view as I sit in my living room looking to the south. So I see an existing garage directly entering in, I guess, from the back. Have you thought of ways to integrate this building so that you reorganize that driveway and you do get it out of the 20% tree over on the eastern portion of the property?
reorganize
with the
it in
doors
which,
facing towards the house, towards the west, towards the north.
You mean the existing garage?
Yeah, but there's a planted area at the end of the garage, rework that a little bit, and so that you can come in and swoop around and come in on the other side and
Well,
have
that
it.
garage in its current state is actually 24 inches below the driveway. So there's no way that we could reorient toward the front because the grade is dropped there. That's kind of one of the reasons why we had to do a lot of the other design earlier that has been approved. That garage is 24 inches below the finished floor. So we can't come out to that side. We did look at those options. There's no real way to organize the driveway with an additional two stalls that Cher is wanting to add in that location without, I mean, because with all of that, we also have the grade issue.
Okay. Rob, you wanted to ask another question?
Yeah, I just,
Did you get to ask questions?
the, you know, the concern on the other side is the two oaks, and yet actually the one thing that is really smacking me in the face is a much bigger, more impressive 36-inch box oak. You've got that driveway basically with a foot or two of paving right up to the trunk. So I don't believe you can do that. So I guess would you, if the garage stays in that location, would you consider sliding it back towards the house so that you had more room to keep the driveway paving away from that oak and still negotiate getting in and out of the garage?
So you're saying moving it closer to the building? I mean, to the main structure?
Some
move it north
so that you don't impact that existing 36-inch box oak, because the paving, it looks like a foot or two. I don't think you can put it there. I don't think you can put paving that close to that oak.
I think
Would
that's
you
something that
consider it?
Cher-
That's the question, please.
Cher, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm trying to, there, am I off mute?
Yes, you are now.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, we met with two arborists and they both suggested that this was safe, but not to pave. So we weren't going to pave. We were either going to use a gravel or interlocking type of pavers, whatever they felt was safest. And they made some suggestions that are in our arborist report.
Okay, thank you. So we have two letters, I think. That's what. Any others? Everybody okay? Two letters? Yes. Okay, so this is from Denler Hobart Gardens. As the landscape designer for the proposed project, I wish to express my full support for the location of the new garage as shown on the site plan. This property is fortunate to have extensive existing evergreen screening along all property lines, and we are confident that the proposed new garage will be properly screened from the street. Furthermore, this property is located near the cul-de-sac that terminates Purple Lane, meaning that adding a second curb cut for access to a new garage would have a limited impact on neighbors and traffic patterns. Finally, locating the new garage in this discrete corner of the site would give appropriate deference to the existing structures, thus supporting the homeowners and design team's shared intent of respecting and preserving the historic nature of the property. And there's another one, yes? Post Hazeltine, okay, Watson Chair. Where's and the MBAR? At the November meeting, the MBAR directed the project be redesigned to eliminate a proposed second curb cut and to restudy the location of the proposed attached garage. In the phase one historical technical report, Post Hazeltine was supportive of the proposed location of the garage because it is set a sufficient distance from the historic house, garage, and guest house to preserve the setting of the historic resources. Other locations, including the east end of the street frontage, are the location of the existing garage and guest house. The construction of another building in this area has the potential of impairing the setting of these buildings, which are contributors to the property's historical significance. Consequently, Post Hazeltine encourages the board to consider supporting the proposed location with appropriate adjustments to meet the board's other concerns. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on item number 1270 Pepper Lane, please?
No additional speakers.
Okay, so we are on for preliminary final today. So the project is more than just the garage, as Rob pointed out. It's also the cabana in the back. There's some comparatively minor additions to the building and of course the garage. So back through the same order. Dave, do you have comments, please?
Yeah, it's here for preliminary final.
It is here for, well, yeah, preliminary final.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it's a complete set of plans for final approval, but beyond that, it was very helpful to visit the site today. Thank you for giving us the tour and an explanation. My take coming away from it is I'm not convinced that the garage can't be accessed from the existing driveway, and that the new curb cuts necessary. And I'm also very concerned about the proximity of that structure to that beautiful oak tree and being so close and visible to the street. We, as a board, we try to discourage garages being directly visible from the street and two curb cuts. And so I don't see the justification for that here. I don't see why it couldn't be either where it's located now and accessed from the driveway, or from the, I believe it's the east side, the other side of the driveway as well. The encroachment to the oak trees on this side would be similar to those on the other. So and part of my concern too is the scale of the structure. I'm okay with it being treated differently than the house and as a folly, but the scale of it, the height, the cupola, everything, and then being so close to the street, and it's just it's very impactful. So I think something needs to be done to reduce the impacts.
So they have not requested this, but let me ask you, Dave, if they eliminated that garage, would you support the rest of the project, please?
Yes.
Okay, very good. They have not asked us, but I just wanted to find out. Rob, please, your comments.
So, yes, I agree with everything that Dave just said. Full disclosure, I talked to the owners momentarily as they so kindly were handing me treats. And I basically said that I'm kind of an advocate for private property rights. And so I would support you from that standpoint. But I believe, as I also told you, I think you'd be making a big mistake with this proposed solution. I like Dave said, I think it's readily accessed from the house side of the driveway, on whether it was in that location or whether it's on the other side. I think it could easily be made to work and be far less impactful and work better with the property. I mean, it's a huge interior motor court, so you have plenty of room there. And I guess I differ on the architecture. I think that, and actually a little bit surprised to hear that the historian says that it's okay to be different. I guess I think it should match and be very subtle and be kind of like it's been there for years and years and years. So, but anyways, at your own risk, I would support you from a private property rights aspect, but I think you'd be making a big mistake. So I think there's better ways to do it.
Would you vote for this project as it's shown?
I think there needs to be some adjustments,
Okay,
basically.
Bill,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I agree with the other board members. I feel that I think the impact of that oak, the beautiful 36-inch trunk, is going to be hard to avoid, even with gravel or whatever the paving is, because as soon as you're driving on top of those roots, they're not going to be happy. I like John's idea of, I thought the same thing. I mean, you've got two oaks on the other side of the road there that are going to be as impacting, and they're smaller trunks. You'll probably be less involved, and, you know, maybe the drive could be shifted closer to the existing garage so that you got more room for clearance there from the oak, keeping it all out of the setback. So it seems like you have other options. If this was a constricted site and you absolutely had no other where to go, no other place to put it, I'd say, then, you know, maybe we could find a way to support it. But again, the oak and the impact of the oak is kind of my biggest concern. And in terms of the style of the architecture, I think it should look like the rest of the houses with the hip roof. And I would match the cupola size with the cupola size that you have on the house and the guest house, which I think is that little square that we're looking at on the top of that roof plan there. The cupola that you have is quite large, so I'm not sure that it needs to be so massive. So that's, and I support all the other elements that you have on the site. Those look wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I basically agree with the other board members. I see no reason to make this separate. I think that if it had architecturally separate, I think if it looked like the other buildings and you were just fastidious about detailing it that way, it's going to add charm. It's going to be something to look at and you're going to delight in it. I can see the concern about looking right at garage doors. I think that there's landscaping is a wonderful thing and can shadow it out and things like that. But I see no reason whatsoever to come in off of Pepper Lane. I am prepared to make a motion for preliminary. Dave is correct. This does not have drawings sufficient for final with the elimination of the garage. I don't know if you're interested in that motion or not, or if you'd like to come back with another shot. It's certainly up to you, not up to us. Do you have a comment about that, please? I'm not going to vote for this garage in this location.
Is that something that needs to be decided now? Do we
No,
need?
but you're here right now. You can get the preliminary if you want and come back later, or if you want, you can go restudy it and come back later with the entire project. Sometimes people want to get going and we're holding them up. I don't want to hold you up for the most of the project because of a part of it, please.
So by getting preliminary on the rest of the project, what does that allow us to do? And what is the consequence of that?
Finish the construction drawings and start getting to the building department and start construction in probably, I don't know, 6 months from now. Otherwise, it could take you 2, 3, or 4 months. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Gentlemen, can I ask a question? Could say we take the tack that you're describing.
Yep.
During that process, or even after, Cher could make another application.
Yep.
For that garage.
Yep.
At other locations, different styles.
Yep.
We can do all that. Cher.
Yep.
This is this is kind of like the thorn that just is holding up the entire project. So
James,
if we do that, then we can move forward on the working drawings.
James, I'd like to offer you something. I'd like to move on to the next item. We're just going to kind of let this item hang for a few minutes. Let us do that. You guys talk privately amongst yourselves and figure out what you want to do. And then as soon as the next item is over, we'll come back to you. How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank
you now. Item number 9. What?
So we've taken a piece off, just like we were talking about earlier. But
Can we take, Kimberly, can we approve a project with the exception of one piece eliminated from the project?
I think it's the same problem we discussed previously. The project hasn't been noticed for a revised scope of work.
We're asking her to basically relook at the garage and solve some of the problems. So she could just basically solve the problems, right? We could approve it with.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Kimberly. Who is that planner? Titania? No, who is the planner? Titania. Are you on, please? Tatiana?
Yes, I'm on. What was the question?
Would you call the last applicant and tell them that I misunderstood the process and that The only real path forward is for us to give you a continuance. Would you do, and we'll come back and do that. But can you tell them that, please?
Okay, we'll discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be back to them in a minute. Number nine.
Lucky number 9.
Number 9. Yeah, oh, number 9. Okay, so 327 San Ysidro Road, we've seen this twice.
That's right.
There was concern about the height of the building primarily,
Correct.
and everything else seemed to be okay. And it looks like you were able to Monjaro the project.
That is right. So good afternoon, Chair, board members. Heidi Jones, agent for the owners.
It's one of those weight loss drugs.
Mr. Villalobos, can you pull up the supplemental slides, please? I just want to give a quick reminder introduction of where we are and where we're going. This site is an interior lot, flag lot. You will never see any of it from any public view or San Ysidro Road. We're consistent with the height limitations, the regulations of the LUDC, Montecito Community Plan guidelines. We have ample setbacks. We feel comfortable with looking at the existing structure that's there and the gorgeous proposal that our architect has developed. We're here with the landscape architect as well and one of our owners. Initial concept review in May wanted us to study proportions, crawl spaces, et cetera, which was done. We came back in November. As you mentioned, there were concerns expressed about massing, proportions, and height. We studied them and the heights were reduced. Overall, the height's been reduced twice, initially from the highest and lowest points, 2310, 18.3 to 21 and 16.6 now. So we've heard you and adjusted accordingly. The architect will go through the massing and volumes proportions that were studied. Clarification on the plan set. Previously, we had a pool cabana. That's going to be demolished and ADU will be put in its place. There was a comment about compatibility. So that's been clarified on the plans. Our landscape plans were updated and the palette revised, which our landscape architect will go through. And we updated some human door graphics for scale. We welcome your questions and comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I think we were primarily concerned about the height, so I don't know that we need to look at floor plans and things like that. And then Scott can walk us through the site. I think he can take care of that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for seeing us again, and I'm sorry that you had to hang out to be all the way to number 9. It's been a long day for you guys. As Heidi said, we've reduced the height twice now. We've brought the building down to 21 feet. Our maximum height is 25 feet allowed by code. We're at 21 feet. Only at the center portion of the building. The massing of the building is, this is a streamlined, modern building, so we need a little bit of height in the center portion. I would point out that at this point, we've got about 75 or 80% of the building is actually at 16'6", with only the center portion going up to 21 feet. We lowered our doors and windows in order to adjust for the scale and mass of the building, and we're very pleased with how your impact has, or how your guidance has impacted the design. We feel like we've got a really pretty low-slung Art Deco building now that hugs the landscape very respectfully. Those were the main points that you had as far as scale and massing, and again, we've reduced the height twice now and are well below the maximum.
Just wait for staff to scroll through and then Scott can touch on the landscape pieces. Here's our elevations.
Scott, has anything really changed on your plan?
Conceptually, no. If you recall previously, we were proposing a rather austere landscape surrounding the house composed of spherical shaped boxwoods. We did make some what we feel are improvements to that just to make it a little bit more interesting. We introduced some crepe myrtle trees, espalier camellias on the north side of the house, and then some larger shrubs at certain corners of the house where there was a lot of sort of void space and big blank walls. And we also introduced in some areas some foreground planting to the boxwoods, and that composes of Carex stibosa, which is a small clumping meadow-like grass. If we go to the next page, it's the planting plan, which shows all the planting in detail. And then I've done the water calculations, and there is also a landscape lighting plan towards the end of the landscape set. We for the landscape lighting, if you keep scrolling through the plans, we'll get to it. There it is. There's one fixture type. It's a path light. The cut sheet is on the next sheet. And we're sort of minimally illuminating some of the walkways around the house.
Are you completed with your presentation, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bill, questions?
Scott, what are the circular kidney shapes? Are those, is that plantings there on, yeah, go there. Or is it gravel and these are open spaces or planters? Are those plants? It showed up on your.
You're looking at all the above.
Okay.
Yeah, so around the house, wrapping around the house are these sort of amorphous shaped boxwoods.
Oh,
And in some locations we have lawn up to those. In some locations we have gravel up to those. We're really using very simple geometric forms and trying to create a really clean, minimal landscape, complementary of the house. We're also getting some inspiration. There's a 20th century landscape designer from Belgium, Jacques Berts, who really created this look that consisted of a lot of green, a lot of shaped shrubs.
topiary-ish, but not
Yeah.
perfect shapes. Sort of. Oh, do they? Okay. And the amount of gravel, good part of that is fire turnaround. Is that what you have?
Yeah, we have a hammerhead in the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Bill, excuse me, Dave.
What's the garage door material and finish?
Sorry, that'll be a painted wood door, and we've got it light to sort of blend with the architecture.
Is that it? Rob, please, questions?
Yeah, Scott, what's the, or have you considered would the front paving to maybe extend further out and kind of grab you a little more and celebrate that kind of front door? It seems like it's a little maybe, or I'm just concerned that it's a little lost back there because of the paving going so far and matches, what goes into the garage.
Yeah, an earlier version had a stone walkway to connecting the front entry to the driveway. And we've went through a lot of iterations, really trying to blur what is driveway and what isn't. That's sort of the intent of this plan. And the hammerhead was extremely complicated to design around. And we really didn't want somebody to drive up and feel like there was a hammerhead in the driveway.
Is that it?
That's all my questions. Thank you. Yeah.
There's a reasonable amount of change in slope on both sides. Is that existing, or are you doing that as part of this project, please?
Yeah, there's actually very little grading for this project.
Because there's an existing house.
Yes, on the east side.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 327 San Ysidro Road, please?
No request to speak.
Okay, we are on for preliminary today. Bill. comments?
Yeah, I like the architectural style. I think the proportions feel good. I like the landscape. I think it's all good. I could give it preliminary.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Art Deco and I think this is a beautiful project, both the architecture and the landscape. And I think the way it's evolved and come down, it's more horizontal and I think it's stronger and just think it's a great project.
Rob, please.
I like the Art Deco and the architecture. Scott and I informally talked a month or two ago, and so I expressed, I guess this is where I lack sophistication in that I feel like the landscape with the clipped balls is a little bit like the Emperor's New Clothes, where if my gardener did that, I might not have him around anymore. So I'm not a big fan of that look, but I don't want to get in your way of your design and that style. So I would support you on that, but I'm not really a big fan of that, but I love the building. So thank you.
Yeah, I was concerned about this building when it first came through, but I would like to move for preliminary approval as submitted. Is there a second, please?
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. And thank the owner too.
Right there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, consent, do you think consent on this
Yeah, sure.
for final? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, item number 10, our last item. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, back to 8. Thank you very much. So was it James?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a little mix up here about what is and is not correct. So it appears that planning staff now says that if you would like, we can strip out the new garage and give you an approval if you want. What have you decided on your side of the table, please?
I was actually on a call with our planner for a little bit, and I haven't been able to discuss with the client. And so could I have like a little bit more time to discuss with her?
Okay, we will take the next item. And so
Okay, thank you.
we got something that said that it is okay to approve it. Okay?
Okay.
If they, and we can remove that garage from the project description. Okay?
Okay.
They bring it back.
They can do that if they want. Item number 10, 259 Butterfly Lane. Some people were sitting through the whole meeting.
I like to watch it.
Yeah, gee.
Everybody else's
I
project.
thought it was
I only do it once in a while.
here.
Yeah, well, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I bet. Nice project and
Rather not.
nice project and landscape plan. Roof plan has been approved over prior design. Restudy balcony over garage appears awkward. Return with additional details for proposed hardscape materials. Consider varying hardscape materials throughout. So you are on today for both preliminary and final. Britt?
Yeah,
It's yours.
the drawings don't change much from what you saw last, other than we studied the balcony above the garage. At the earlier presentation, it was just a half the width of the garage, and we expanded it. If you want to just go through the set, we can that's our fire access plan, and then we've got the site plan, which shows our constraints. You saw that last time. There's a first floor plan that didn't change. I think the one that did change was the second floor plan, which is the next sheet. So you can see what we did was we had the balcony to the interior of the lot, and then we expanded it across so that it didn't look awkward, which was a comment from Tip and Robert. And then, or Bob, I think. And then, so then that's the roof plan, which, was simplified from the first time you saw it. The south elevation at the top, you can see the balcony going across, and then the west elevation, you can see it is flat above the garage door there, and we brought the lattice grill to that side to bring that detail over. And so we can keep going to the next I think, there's no changes to sections or the site sections or the other details. We can go to, sheet 11 on the PDF sheet 11. Then we got standard, roof, and, balcony details.
Stop. Okay, detail in the lower left-hand corner, metal cap. Any
Correct
comment?
window. That was before we decided to do the lattice. So that one is not consistent. There's gonna be another one that replaces that one. I just didn't update that.
Okay,
Going.
so it's a cement plaster top.
Well, this is where
That detail,
right here.
does it have,
It does not have a flashing on it. It's
very good.
plaster. So we keep going. This is our chimney cap. That's the latticed tile grill that we have. And go to the next sheet. These are just standard window details with all steel windows. And then this is the 3 arches that exist with the little stone columns between them, a lamp detail, custom grill there. Keep going. What is this one? Oh, there's our front gate. There's a box bay to the side, which is kind of shaved down to a really modernist interpretation of a lot of the things we see downtown in the historic buildings. And that's our door and window schedule. This is axonometrics that show what was our prior submittal in the middle there on the right side, and then 2 axonometrics or perspective views that show the expanded balcony to address the board comments. That's it for me.
And then if you can go to the landscape plans, nothing really has changed on our end either. We've just gotten further in our detailing and planting in our MWELO. So if you can scroll down to our hardscape layout plan. Oh, also lighting, we're just proposing simple path lighting and then some step lights here, all dark sky ordinance compliant. Here's our MWELO calcs for water and irrigation. Keep going. And then just this is our hardscape layout plan. So previously, actually, we were proposing possibly pavers, and I believe the comment was to consider stone. So we are using stone ashlar pattern, a Fossil Creek for the driveway, and a smaller ashlar pattern. And then it varies in hardscape to gravel pathways. And then also we have a larger ashlar stone pattern that has a diamondia joint. So that's kind of our varying in size. You scroll down, I'll just show you planting. These are just our details. This is the entry. Rolling. And then planting, we kept it very simple. Olive trees, lavender, very Mediterranean, low water use, very simple palette. You can see all the images. So kept it very simple. Rosemary, little ollie, verbena, lavender, and bay laurel. And, you know, we've gone through this multiple times explaining the whole property is fenced and has hedging. So privacy, shouldn't be any privacy concerns. That's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Rob, questions?
Give me a moment. I'm still processing.
Dave, questions?
No questions.
Bill, questions?
The stipple material, was that gravel or DG? On your side?
Gravel. So it's all permeable, and the hardscape is a little misleading. If you go more to the planting too, you can see we have planting throughout the property and then gravel paths in the back.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of hardscapes, but I think it's
Yeah.
all gravel. Last question for you, Britt. I didn't see your iron railing with your pot integrated in there. Are you guys still doing that? You are? Okay. Do you have a detail for that?
We do. It's not on this plan set. It's an archive detail that we've used in other projects.
Maybe you can submit it to the planner.
You can do that, yeah.
Rob?
Katie, what's Fossil Creek? Is it a Santa Barbara?
Yeah,
Or is
it's
it
just a sandstone.
Cherokee, or is it
It's similar to Cherokee. It's just less of the tans
Okay.
or less of the grayish. It's just like a solid flagstone.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10, 259 Butterfly Lane, please?
No request. No request.
Okay, we are on for both preliminary final. Let's go back, Rob. Same order as a,
I think the project's really nice and, I'm not sure if you have everything, is there for final, but, if everything's there for final, I'd support that, but I think you've done a really nice job on everything, both of you, so I support it.
Dave.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very nice project, both architecture and landscape, and the evolution has been good, and I especially appreciate the preservation of the oaks in the back, which were previous versions were more impacted, so I can definitely support it for final approval.
For those with a long memory, this project has come a long way from its original inception. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the architectural and landscape, and please tell the applicant we appreciate them hanging in there and coming up with such a nice project. To that end, we're on for both preliminary final. Is there somebody that'd like to vote for that, please?
I'll make a motion to grant preliminary and final approval as submitted with Britt to bring in the detail for the spot in the railing.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And now we're back to, is it item 8?
Yes.
Public comment, yeah. Okay, James, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so what's happening with you guys?
So,
James, I can't hear
Okay.
you. Yeah.
so what we will do is we'll ask that we be allowed to continue to study this, and we'll return with additional studies on the garage.
Okay, so you are and so we're not gonna break this into two pieces.
No, not at this time.
Okay, you are on for preliminary final. So I will move for a continuance with the applicant to study the garage location and architectural style and return to the full board.
Yes.
And James, you did not have final drawings. Okay. So if you come back with the same level of drawing, you're only going to get preliminary. So if you want to complete all of the other pieces, the window, door teals, roof, gutter, chimney, if you've got one, you know, all of the other pieces. And at that point, we still can't find a way to go forward on the garage. We could give you a preliminary and final at that time. So you're not wasting any time.
Okay.
But, and also you can take the garage as far as you want, but as you know, there is concern about that.
Yes.
But, okay. So I have a motion that I have not got a second.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you all. And a motion for adjournment,
I'll make a
please.
motion to adjourn the meeting, MBAR meeting of March 7th, 2024.
Is there,
Second.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that was second.